Hello everyone and welcome back here to the Stallions Series brought to you by Bloodmoon Esports and Tabani Esports. Today we are going to be starting off with the second day of the playoffs, and we had an exciting day of action yesterday with Group A and Group B, but today we're going to be changing things up as we have Group B and Group C competing for an opportunity to make it into the grand finals. Of course, with that said, my name is Max and I'm going to be one of your commentators for today, but I am joined by the one and only Queen, the Red Queen. How are you doing?
I'm pretty psyched to start the matches here, Maxman. You know, good evening from my side of the world. There were a lot of amazing plays that happened yesterday, you know, for sure. Coming into day number 2 for the playoffs, I do expect nothing less, you know, from the teams here. I'm pretty sure that there will be lots of resurgence happening, you know, from inside the games. And also for the teams at the top, there will be a need for them to kind of keep up with the pace, you know, that they have already set yesterday to just protect their lead. But coming into day number 2, what expectations do you have? You know, are we playing the same groups, or are we going to have another group to play in the games?
New groups. We're changing. Yesterday was Group A versus Group B, which yesterday in Group A we had DRS, 141, Knockout Esports, Team Star, Road to Glory, Red Zone Esports, Team Unbeatable, and RRQ. All those teams are not playing today, and they're going to be competing up against the new teams of Group C, which there's going to be some big names looking at Group C here, Red Queen. There's going to be i8 Esports. Everyone's going to be looking at i8, right? There's going to be one of the top teams. Fourth Rise, of course, with Phallic, which is going to be very exciting to see.
I know.
And other big names like Alliance and also Seventh Element. So Group C is stacked, Red. It's going to be very exciting to see how they jump into this lobby against the teams of Group B.
Yeah, I do wonder how Phalanx is going to be performing for tonight's set of matches, considering the fact that, you know, he moved from ASI 8 to 4th Rise. So yeah, he is now actually opposing Crypto's group. And I do wonder which of these amazing players is going to be more ecstatic in terms of like how they approach each situation in the games. After all, this is an off-season tournament, so perhaps, you know, we'll see some of them really have that explosive performance that we are all waiting for. But talk about how much moolah are this team's fighting for?
A lot of moolah. It's a lot of moolah on the line. It's going to be exactly 500,000 PKR is what I was told the currency is. If the equivalent in USD would be 1,800 US dollars. But more importantly, even over the prize pool, which alone this tournament's got a great prize pool, is really exciting to see who's going to be able to take home the lion's share of that 500,000 PKR. It's also early on in the year, right, Red? And in that sense, this is going to be also training ground full of the teams do, you know, already playing PMSL. This is going to be a little bit of a scrim for them. And I feel like for the new teams in particular, is for them to prove we can compete against the best teams in this region and hopefully qualify into PMSL, maybe even PMGO that currently is open qualifiers, and make it into the 2025 season of PUBG Mobile Esports. So it's very exciting, even beyond the prize pool itself. And as we check out, of course, the calendar, we are currently on the second day of the playoffs, and the finals have yet to be decided. They're the mystery finals, Red. We don't know when they're happening, but they will happen, 100%.
I really wish I could be part of, you know, of the grand finals, but I do wish everyone the best of luck, right? In terms of you guys, I mean, who will be coming off victorious from the entirety of this competition. But I do agree with you. This is actually a great platform wherein those teams that we call the dark horses, right? The rising young bloods team, so to speak. I do hope we can see a showcase of like skills inside the battlefields. And after all, we've got some interesting teams, veteran teams, so to say, that will be performing for us this evening.
Yeah, we got some really OP team. I do have to inform everyone though. There's some piece of information we do have to share. The one team from Group B is not playing. I didn't know when to throw it. I'm just going to throw the info now. 4MV unfortunately had to back out of the tournament. From what I've heard, they're going to be replaced by a team that was placed higher in the qualifying stage to the playoffs. So that was a team that I think a lot of us, Red, were just looking at, oh, they're at the bottom of the rankings. Don't worry, they're going to come back on the second day. Guess not. They're just not here anymore. So we'll see who's going to replace 4MV. But that is a very surprising run of events because they kept getting hot dropped by 141. And there's a part of my brain, Red, that's like, did they leave because they just had enough of fighting 141 and losing to them? Like, it's genuinely a possibility, and I just don't know. It's a theory.
Oh, shots fired. Just kidding, guys. Yeah, for Four Miracle Vibes, it's a bit saddening because I wasn't able to cast a tournament with them playing in this one. I mean, this is my first time to get invited to cast for Tabani Esports, and I would love to see them perform and really go up against, you know, some of the best teams in Pakistan. But then again, you know, I would love to see a Pakistani team really secure a spot at the top. After all, you've invited some of I don't want to say, like, for lack of a better term, outsiders, right?
Mhm.
And again, we've got some rising teams come from Pakistan, and I would love for them to actually dominate the entirety of this tournament. But then again, you've got your favorites down there in the comment section, and just, I can see a lot of the purple hearts spamming the comment section again. What's up, Horror Esports?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of the Nepali fans here. They're going to be supporting Horror for sure. I mean, they did good yesterday. Got himself a chicken dinner right out of the gate on that SANHOK, so maybe they can replicate their success of yesterday going into today. We already saw some of the teams of the new Group C, that are going to be playing today. And of course, as we said, some of the big names here. You got yourself the side of Alliance, you got Seventh Element, and here are some of the new ones that are also going to come back in with FaZe. That is confusing, Red, because they're all called that guy. So if the chat is confused,
right?
if we're confused, don't worry, guys. It's the intended effect. I guess they just don't want us to know who's going to be on the team in 2025. But the scouting's worked out because the team got some wins, and they are popping off heavily in yesterday's games.
Honestly, expectations coming into 2025, since a lot of those teams are not revealing their roster just yet, the landscape will definitely change. Just because there's a lot more newer teams, rising to the top, right? I mean, plus there's so many teams that, just like what I mentioned a while ago, changing their rosters, players transferring, and just to be able to make sure that they maintain a high caliber gameplay. So it's great to see them perform in tournaments just like this one, Max, before we actually see them in the official games. I mean, kind of getting like a sneak preview of what's in store for us. But there's like a lot of considerations, because just like buying a car, right? You have to break it in for a test drive to make sure everything is working. So with all the player transfers and like the roster change, you will not be able to see just how good their synergy is until we really see them play in the official tournaments.
Until we take them on to a test drive. And that's exactly what this tournament is, into the Stallion Series, the test drive. But actually, we're talking about some teams from different regions here. We talk about the Nepali real quick. We talked about Pakistani teams. I want to bring up a topic for you here, Red, as of the Pakistani team, and you talked about roster changes, right? We've got I8. New team compared to the end of last year in 2024. And we also have 4 Thrives, 2 different Pakistani teams, right? And I'm going to ask you a hard-hitting question here. Which one of the 2 do you think has the most potential to make it far, not only in this tournament, but the entirety of this year?
Oh my god.
You have to pick one.
All right.
I can pick
It's
one if
hard
you
to
want.
say.
If you want time, I can go first.
Okay, you can go first.
Okay.
Go ahead.
For me, I'm going to have to go 4 Thrives. I have seen these guys play together so much in 2024, sorry. And the synergy alone is great. And I feel like Crypto synergy sometimes can not gel too well with this team. I'm hoping it happens once with this squad. But as of right now, 4 Thrives seems a bit better for me. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, Crypto, honestly speaking, this guy is an established name, so to speak. Everybody knows this guy. Everyone knows what he can do inside a battlefield. And I guess the advantage, or like his strength, would be the experience, so to say. But yeah, I mean, I will have to agree with you with the synergy thing for 4 Thrives. And I feel like when it comes to reflex, I feel like 4 Thrives can actually perform better. Please don't hate on me, yeah, but I will go with 4 Thrives as well.
Yes, we got a new 4 Thrives fan here. I mean, with this team, I'm very excited. How it's going to work, especially not only because you got this team together outside of I8, right? But from what I know, 4 Thrives is not really a big name org. I think it's just been created recently, right? So not having the backing of that org, is that maybe going to hinder the kind of scrims you get into, the amount of training you can get possibly. I mean, the players themselves are really big names in Pakistani, right? So in the Pakistani community. So I think they'll still get their way in a lot of the events, but it's a real thing that maybe not having the org could have a little bit of an impact on the team. But again, we got Falak on the team here, Red. I think that he's going to be a-okay going into this tournament. And for their first day of play, I'm sure that they're going to come out swinging as we get ready to dive into our first game of day 2 of the playoffs here for the Stallions Series. It is going to be good old jungle map or SANHOK.
Oh my goodness. So I really consider this game to be like kind of a warm up for most of the teams here, since we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of the CQCs, the ambushes, and a lot of play styles coming from the teams that are involved in this specific match. I would love to know like which of them is pretty confident enough with their skills to challenge the other opponents inside boot camp area, or perhaps some of the camps here all over SANHOK, because we always love to see some action happen in the drop spot, right? I mean, who will
I
be
mean, boot
taking
camp.
over that specific place?
I mean, boot camp's going to be busy here, Red. I can tell you that much. We had FaZe. Wait, we have 3 teams now? We have FaZe, we have I8, and there's a team behind. I can't quite see the name because they're just in the action right now. But yeah, boot camp's going to be full of action early on here, Red. Oh, that is... we need more players. That's not going to be the way to go, but they'll be giving it their shots, as they are going to be actually on the outskirts on the northern side of boot camp, so they're not fully directly involved in this fight. There's going to be then Team XOTICS versus FaZe, that we did see yesterday, and FaZe came out 4-0. But right now, one of those guys has already been taken out. So currently, that would be a 3v4 fight ongoing.
Man, just a few seconds of the game here, and we're seeing a lot of action happen right off the bat. I mean, ASI 8 practically doing great. I mean, those guys coming from FaZe, not in a good shape at all. I feel like, some of them are already getting picked up at early onset. Guy 3, pretty low in HP. It's being hunted by the opposition. I don't know how long he can last in this situation, but let's see if FaZe can actually come off victorious in this fight. Not in a great shape, but perhaps they can pull off a clutch.
Look, I know it's weird to say, but yesterday, that guy 3 was the best guy. I feel like he should have been given a raise to that guy 1, because he was, in fact, that guy. Here you go, Pretam, though, from IA is going to get a great opening nade onto Roy. And it seems like, hey, sure, they have 2 players, but here, Red, they just waited in the wings for the fight to unfold, wait for the 2 teams to get wounded, and then they send it in as a 2-man. That is going to be more than enough to clear U-shaped building in the center. And they will get a lot of that control. Already 2 eliminations for Pretam. And they will be looking good to go. And most importantly, sure, you do win this fight and get early eliminations, right? You also get the great rotation path that Boot Camp offers to you, because it's sent on the map, and you have all the loot of Boot Camp for yourself. For 2 players, that's way more than enough. I don't think you're going to have enough backpack space to take all that great loot. So as of right now, I8 had a great game plan, and the execution was a 10 out of 10.
Right, I mean, you can get inside the game with all the plans from A to Z, but if you cannot execute that one right, I mean, it's going to be catastrophic for your side of the team. But great performance though coming from ASI 8. I'm just trying to check like how many more players do they still have. Oh, they entered the game with just a duo? Are you kidding me? And they won the fight up against FaZe, who has a complete squad, by the way. Oh man,
the timing was good. They just waited in the wings. That was they knew exactly what they were doing. Another hot wait. Okay, and now it's Horror. Chat's gonna light up. Sleepy's already out there. He went to sleep, unfortunately, a little bit early in this game. Sleepy night, as Horror... I mean, realistically, looking at the circle, looking at where the team is currently positioned, they're outside the circle. If I were them, I would maybe think to try and get a car and get out of here. But the thing is, car spawns around these Camp Bravos. It's very RNG focused. If you got a car, you might be able to leave. But right now, Alliance are looking to make that rush forward with the nade, with the util onto Horror. Sky got himself the S12K and the AUG. As Nofa actually with a great off angle here, able to get himself a knock himself. And hey, it seemed like the 2-man teams here, it's all you really need to win these fights, because these 2 players of Sky and Nofa are able to just clutch it up versus Alliance.
Hey, Horror Esports obviously at a disadvantage considering that Sleepy is already out of the game, but so far so good for the side of Horror Esports. We got No Fear on your screen holding a DBS. Let's see if it can pull off a close 1v1 situation here up against Seedle. Oh, there you go. The jump shot goes in, but I feel like Horror Esports still remains elusive at this point. We can hear a lot of gunshots, and I definitely can say, that shotgun remains to be a little weapon here inside PUBG Mobile. Look at that exchange. Both of them actually on their knees at the moment.
Oh, Jiggle asking, wait for me, guys. The fight can't begin. I need to try and come on over. He is a little bit too far, but hey, that means he's going to have a great off angle, right, Red, coming into this engagement. So that could actually be really, really solid.
Boom.
Here you go. Confirm the point while you still can. And Horror are going to be looking to clear all of Camp Bravo and claim all the loot for themselves in the process and all those points. But yeah, here actually Jiggle's got a great angle because he can kind of look at the middle road of Camp Bravo, making it really hard for that teammate of Alliance to regroup to his teammates and try and go for the res, so they can't really pull it off. Luckily enough, the res has been secured on Alliance, back to a 3-man team, a 3v3 currently unfolding, but they're so low. Do they have the meds to heal up? I'm not too sure, as the util is going to be traded back and forth.
Oh my, I love what I'm seeing from Sky here, thinking outside of the
Yes.
box, going in for a massive spray with an AKM. My goodness, that was pretty fantastic to watch. Horror Esports come out victorious from that clash, now posting 4 elimination points. My goodness. And now we got Spins S1 on your screen. We got Choco. Let's see if he can be yummy with the shots here. He's holding a DPS, if I'm not mistaken, but he's going for a quick heal up so that he can be all prepped up to go for a battle up against the boys of Four Thrives.
We have another fight. Okay, if you guys are not entertained, I don't know what is your problem, okay? We have non-stop action in 3 different compounds. This is all over the place with the first game of the day. Of course, that's what you expect, right, Red, when you have a new group added to the equation. The drops might be a little bit all over the place, and the horse is being used now by Four Thrives. Noki's just rushing it down, confirms it. Spins down to just 2 remaining players, PIR and Frankie, as we'll see if they can maybe elude evade the situation. That's the word I was looking for. As of right now, I mean, the hilltop position for Piers is going to be quite decent to use, maybe. But look at Falcon, man, with that horse, he's just looking for information. I can't. Esports, PUBG Mobile Esports, and horses, it's a thing now.
Oh man, I know. Out of everything that is going on from PUBG, probably the horses is kind of a chef's kiss, to be honest. Like, I'm watching Indiana Jones or something like that, straight out of a movie scene, right? But 3 down, 1 more to go. Spins not looking too good up against Four Thrives, but then again, you know, timing is everything, and definitely Four Thrives will be doing some sort of a witch hunt, you know, up against Spins here. So instead of pitchforks, we'll definitely see some bombs and guns being pulled out, and I don't know how long this last player is going to last in this situation, because okay, they made him dance, he tried to dodge, but he just got served.
Well, not long. That's the answer to your question. He did not last long going down that hill right into Hyper Ruler. And that's going to be one great point they would secure for themselves going into the Tatmok area of the map. You see, the circle's about to shift to phase 2, so we are going to be seeing some action. I8, though, still, they took control of the northern side of bootcamp on the hilltop. Great scouting, pretty much dead scent on the circles, too. So right now for I8, they're looking fantastic in this game. They're looking towards quarry position. We are going to be having a little bit of a clash happening. You got Q1 over there versus DMN, and 7th Element also going to be looking to go next to Lakawi, enter maybe towards the barn area. So some late southern eastern rotations are going to have to unfold, but there's a lot of open areas in this circle, so I don't feel like they're going to struggle too much to find an open position. But still, 3 teams eliminated before phase 2 even popped. Now we're speed running PUBG Mobile. Now it's going real quick for these teams.
Really? We're doing speedrun.
I
don't
guess
know what's
so.
wrong with my screen. My screen is not doing its job properly. But you know what? Yes, I do agree with you. I mean, the kill fit is not stopping at all. It's definitely lightened up as we speak. You know, as we progress into the game, we were just talking about like stage 2 here in SANHOK, and we're looking at 13 teams remaining. And as for those guys coming from phase, they did get a total of 4 elimination points. But then again, it could be hard to pull off a chicken dinner considering that they're at a deficit, and there's still plenty more teams here that are playing with a full squad. And we just saw the map feed just a while ago, and there's also quite a number of teams that will be coming from the west and the south side. So perhaps, you know, massive cleanup will definitely happen over to the edge of the circle as they head towards the safe zone. So yeah, I'm expecting more fights to happen as we get into a stage 3. So definitely SANHOK will be completely a bloodbath situation from the teams.
It really is gonna be a bloodbath very soon. I feel like phase 3 in particular is gonna be the one that is gonna be the breaking point for a lot of these teams. I actually had a question for you, because we do see I8 then, as of right now, Red. They left bootcamp. They're playing the northern side of bootcamp with that hilltop, which is again great for scouting. It's central. It's a good position to defend, especially. As we saw, right, they only spawned as a 2-man team. And I do wonder, is this position too good to the point where teams that are 4 3-man squads going to push it and then they're just going to falter? Should they maybe go for like a not as good a position, but with the opportunity of them not getting crashed? I feel like that's something that I should keep in mind, because if they do get crashed, winning 2 fights like that back to back is going to be quite rough. So again, if they want to hold it down, they can, but I feel like it could be risky, you know?
Well, given their experience playing in a lot of official tournaments from PUBG, I expect that they should know how to pick smarter battles, considering that they don't really have the full squad just yet. But then again, you know, they're pretty good with their aim, precise, everything, their synergy. Even if they're playing this one duo, I feel like they've trained for this one since they're professional athletes in terms of like esports. So I'm pretty sure it's a disadvantage considering how kill centric the meta right now for PUBG. So I'm not sure how long they're gonna last. But then again, I'm not discounting the fact that they can pull off a chicken dinner. That is if they pick, if they pick their battles right.
I mean, we saw Horror yesterday, right, Red, where they won the first game with a 3-man team. They spawned into the game as a 3-man squad. So I guess we're beating another record. Tomorrow we're going to have a team win with only one player on the team playing. So we're just trying to make every day even better here for the Stallion Series playoffs. As here we go, A1, just making sure they clear their backside on the southern eastern edge of this phase 2 circle. It's about to shift, which is a really good strat. Personally, it's one of my favorites. Just make sure you clear your backside. Then you only have to focus attention on pretty much 180 degrees of landmass in front of you, which is going to be a good approach. They've got to be careful. Haseb is just to the west of them. That is something to somewhat keep in mind. And Circle's about to go into phase 3. We're about to go into overdrive for this first game of the day. Where is it going to head? It's a hard shift up northwest. Hatton is still in play. The position of 4 Thrives is still in play. And especially those hilltops north are still going to be an option for these teams. I think Hyper might go there. But this is not a kind circle because all those southern teams here, Red, they're going to have to fight each other to try and get into the circle in the first place.
Oh yeah, SANHOK offers so many tactical options here, Matt. High ground, as just what you mentioned a while ago, is absolutely crucial here, giving you a commanding view of the surrounding area per se. But we need to be careful as well because this is this map is specifically for CQC, right? There will be plenty of snakes here, and if we're going to be looking at the situation from inside the circle, there's a river right in between, so that makes like what you said a brutal circle to begin with. And again, there will be lots of fights that will definitely happen before we even move to perhaps like stage 5.
It's going to be kind of rough if you have to cross over that river. I don't think the river is going to be a big issue as of right now. I think it might be later on down the line if we keep having western shifts, which it could happen after yesterday's games. I don't know what to expect anymore. A 7th element on their road trifecta will be able to get himself involved a little bit in the elimination feed, as A1 also just going to be completely taking care of DMN, and NASA going to be the team eliminated in 13th position. As now Aura with only Sky and Jiggle remaining. They did lose Fear, No Fear a little bit early on in this game. They do need to send it downhill into 7th element without a car, I believe. I feel like Horror might have a rough time surviving this game, as 4 Thrives again got on the limb. They're up to 4 right now. They're just eliminating everyone they have in their vicinity. Such a threat in this lobby already.
Oh, definitely agree with you. I mean, 4 Thrives, especially IQQ, the combination of Falak and IQQ is pretty unstoppable. I've seen them perform in other tournaments as well, and very promising and lots of potential, definitely. So I do not expect anything less coming from these boys. I do expect a lot of action coming from them, and a lot of records being broken, to be exact. But let's take a look at what's happening with Horror Esports. 2 of them already out of the game, and Sky is already looking to the ground because he is currently on his knees, courtesy by A1 Esports. And now we're looking at Jiggle as the last surviving member. Can he live up to his name per se? Can he jiggle? Can he dance if A1 starts to actually unleash havoc and make it rain bullets?
I'm sure he's got some really good moves out there. I'm sure he's called himself Jiggle for a reason. But as of right now, unfortunately, jiggling your way out of that blue zone that is constantly moving away from you, I don't think we're going to see Jiggle make it out of there alive. So that might just be the end of the line for Horror. As here we go, more eliminations going to be taken around Paradise Resort. I8, again, the 2 players, they have still 2 players alive here, Red, and they have 5 eliminations after clearing a portion of bootcamp early on. This team is looking cracked, and they only have half of the roster. This is madness. But right now, they're going to be walking their way into the circle. They're not too far. They should be able to make in the next 15 seconds when phase 4 is about to pop. A 7th element here again on the road, trying to hold down this. Not 7th element. I saw 7S, and I was like, wait a minute, that's 7th element. No, it isn't. It's 7 Short Esports, as they are going to be having a bit of a trade back and forth with 4 Thrives.
ASI definitely flexing a muscle here. I mean, considering that they entered the game with just like 50% of gun power, definitely says a lot about what they can do, like what kind of power they can bring into the table. Now, looking at the map feed here, we can see that Hyper already has taken a spot a little bit in the middle of the circle. We can see Falak has already taken a compound as well. So we'll definitely see that river turn red in just a while, just because, the amount of teams that will be coming or like headed towards that same direction. So 4 Thrives obviously has the opportunity to gatekeep some of the teams that are still planning to get inside the circle. So that could be fun to watch. watch. And what could be fun to watch is 7 Short Esports right now making a move, posting 2 elimination points. So I can pretty much say that they've already built some sort of momentum for the team. But then again, it all depends just like how they're going to clear up the situation that they're facing right at the moment.
Oh, be careful. It's going to be a solo here. Wipe, but there's not much you can do. Even getting third-partied from the backside. So that's going to be the end for his team as they get eliminated in 11th position. Down to the last double-digit amount of teams here. 10 teams remaining. 4 thrives. Again, you talked about that phallic split, right, Red? A good anchor point, a good transition point, most importantly. And here they are going to be looking towards 7th element. Phallic, I feel like has seen some of the players maybe swimming across. He's trying to wait until they do reach the shore so he can actually go for that spray with the M4. And the rest of 4 thrives is going to be joining up. I love this rotation of 4 thrives. I think is an absolute 10 out of 10. An anchor point, do a 3-1 split, then send it over. The moment try and clear your backside. But they are going to be backfield here by a squad, a 4-man team. And IQ, can you hold down the fort under the bridge? I'm not too sure. He's got the DBS though. They don't see him. There's no way. He gets a surprise. He hits the 1. He hits the 2. IQ on fire right now under the bridge side without his teammates. And he gets pushed up. Eventually will get knocked for his troubles. But still, a double knock as a solo. Such a good play. And they do squad wipe the team. Sixilian's going to wear 4 thrives.
I mean, we have those iconic bridges connect the 3 islands. Those are actually choke points and are always a recipe for explosive firefights. And that was pretty spectacular to watch, not gonna lie. I mean, if you do have that element of surprise, definitely you can catch your opponents off guard, especially if they don't even know that you're there, just hiding, waiting for the right opportunity to actually take them down. Hyper G7 coming off the kill feed. Now that's a confirmation that we have been waiting for. They just got taken down by Naveed of A1 Esports. And we also got another team that's totally been eliminated out of the game, and that would be ASI8. But hey, I mean, who can complain about what they did inside the game? They did put up quite huge numbers onto the scoreboard. Here comes Ruler. Oh no, not enough from the side of Hyper. Now the lost already a couple of players here, and I don't know how long Bull Rock is actually going to last in this situation, but Rowdy's already down. Hitman receiving a lot of damage with that DBS and gets another job done. Navid, what are you going to do in this situation as Burek right now goes in for the charge? A lot of shotguns being prepped up at the moment. A lot of them getting damaged as well, but Navid, what is going on?
Oh my god, absolute madness happening on the eastern edge, as the 2 teams do get completely obliterated by the competition. And the third party is what will put the nail in the coffin of those squads. Here we go, though, TKS. The nade is on point from Phallic. The new nade king overtaking Doc in the full season of PMSL CSA. And with his trusty companion, the horse, is going to make his way down the hill. Maybe looking to push their way even deeper in this circle to join up onto T24 OP. What a stellar performance in the first game on a SANHOK nonetheless. And they are able to get 10 eliminations so far, and there are still 3 teams alive. They could be looking for so many extra eliminations on this game, but the spray down of Alian is going to be on point for 7th element, and they do get the res on their teammates. So Teddy Bear is going to be joining the fray. It's going to be a 4v4v1. Who is the solo? I have no clue.
Okay,
and it's not actually going to be now just a 4v4, it seems.
All right, let me just figure out what is wrong with my setup at the moment. Now, I definitely can see a lot of the fights happening. Noki already got knocked down, but oh my goodness, 10 elimination points, double digit already for the side of 4 thrives. Unfortunately, though, Black caught a nade. A big damage coming from Teddy Bear. He's not so cuddly, honestly speaking, but T24 with a massive counter was able to put down as well. It's a back and forth trade coming from this amazing 2 teams. Oh, it's a civil war. 4T versus 7th element. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a 4v4, but no, we lost some players a little bit early, actually, yeah, for 4 thrives. But there's one thing that's going the way of 4 thrives is the circle here. T24 OP, you need to hit those shots if you want to get the win, but right now, you're just going to be outnumbered. They even sent one player, Alian, a little bit wider to the eastern edge to get that off angle on you. I mean, T24, I'm sorry to say, but getting the clutch win at this moment in that kind of position doesn't seem very likely. If anyone can pull it off, it might just be him with a headshot. T24 connects it with his trusty M4. But he's getting swarmed now. They're sending it forward. He's got himself the med kit. Going to get back to 100% HP. And they are also going to attempt to go for the res. Phallic, there you go. He's going to get panned to death by one of the 7th element players. But yeah, 1v4, he's going to go for the res. Can he pull it off here, Red?
Hey, not discounting, I mean, not taking out the possibility that he can actually pull off quite a big win here. But T24 playing the Terminator was able to inflict a lot of damage up against X, but not going to be enough to put him down just yet. I mean, Sandovir's trying to recuperate in the situation. Here comes the attack. Here comes the shot. And another one bites the dust. T24 still doing an amazing job in here, but he is getting flushed out with that molly. He's getting roasted alive. And this is it, I believe. It's going to be, you know, they're going to nail the win. And there you go. Seventh Element, the champion of the match, was able to score the first winner chicken dinner of the night.
Oh, congratulations, Seventh Element. Not an easy rotation too, right, Red? They are the only team, realistically, that had to cross the river north of the circle in Phase 2, Phase 3, and they were able to make that transition next to 4 Thrives. Third party, a bunch of fights, clear the northern side of the circle, and off the back of that, they get control of the high ground position towards that spot and able to just swarm again the final play of 4 Thrives in T24 OP. Definitely not an easy chicken dinner to secure because of the circle, but yet they get knock after knock after knock, and that creates an opening to go the entire way, go for the chicken dinner, and be the first winning team here of the second day of the playoffs for the Stallion Series.
Oh, yes, perfect. You know, several teams actually opted to go for the hot drop, you know, in boot camp area. And this is SANHOK's equivalent of a gladiator arena. It's absolute chaos in there, you know, during the opening minutes of the game. Loot is scattered everywhere and players are actually scrambling for weapons. And I guess that was the first thing that we watched right into the beginning of the game. But at the end, you know, pretty strong start, you know, right from the get-go, they were pretty aggressive in terms of like getting elimination points as well. And just like what you mentioned a while ago, they were pretty accurate with their rotations. So pretty much when you want to score a chicken dinner, you just really need to make a series of good decisions. And hence, you know, I mean, we can see them getting the first WWCD.
Yeah, the I feel like this is the first time I heard like a winner like it's a WWCD. But yeah, the winner chicken dinner is then going to be going their way. So congratulations on that. But we saw so many also good plays from other squads. I think that we have to highlight I8 once again, Red. The fact that they came into this game as only a 2-man in boot camp, they're fighting versus the side of XOTICS and also FaZe. They just wait in the wings. They get himself the eliminations, and then they're able to actually get decently far in this game off the back of that as a 2-man. I hope we can see the full team play eventually today, because if that's what they do with a 2-man team, I'm scared to see what they can do as a full squad.
Yeah, pretty much those two players that played, I can always say they hulked out, pretty much exposed. I think they're the only players that got most of the exposure coming from the gamma rays. And you're right, you know, absolutely lethal inside the games. And I do wonder, like, if they play in a full squad, what else can they do? A pretty monstrous energy, I can say. And just by looking at, you know, how much damage output that 4 Thrives was able to perform in the games, I feel like they really worked hard, you know, just to make sure that they win this first fight. And as for Seventh Element, oh man, more action if they play in a full squad, and that is something to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be looking really good off. Alian, actually, I'm really impressed with Alian. I know that me and Jason, during the PMSL CSA season of last year, we were throwing jokes Alian's way in the sense of, he was getting eliminated pretty early on in matches, but man, he was alive very late in this match, and he was so impactful, especially with the off angle. Sure, he does get knocked, but the idea was there, and I think it was a really, really good game plan for him to try and execute. And so we go looking at the top 5 players of this game. T24 OP followed up by IQ, Pretty, Hitman, and Noki. And we have to mention again here, Red, the IQ clutch we saw on the southern side of the circle under the bridge. He just waited as long as he possibly could with the DBS, and the fact he gets a double knock instantly with the shotgun enables his teammates also to reposition to get an angle on the fight under the bridge to then get the squad wipe. IQ sure doesn't survive the encounter, but he was so damn impactful while he was alive.
I know, right? I mean, he's pretty composed, just really patient, waited for them to actually come near him, and he went for the shot and was able to, I believe, shut down at least 2 of them, but only was able to get 1 point from the opposition. But nonetheless, you know, it was such a spectacle to watch. Those are the things that I really look forward to, you know, the 1v3s, the 4v1 situation, and just, you know, the incredible clutches coming from all of the teams here. And just like that, ladies and gents, we are now looking at the match rankings. Match number 7, again, 4 Thrives winning the chicken dinner, followed by 7 Element with 15. 2 teams that actually finished the games with a double digit, right?
Actually, no. The winning team is 7th Element, but because 4 Thrives got so many eliminations, they actually are the top winning team. And I got confused too for a second. I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't seem right. But look how many elims they got. They got 11, so of course they're going to be the quote-unquote winning team because they got the most points.
Oh, okay. Oh, so that was quite confusing, to be honest. I thought Four Tribes actually scored that chicken dinner. So Seventh Element Teddy Bear's team. I told you he's not a cuddly teddy bear. I mean, if you get near, oh, his teeth is definitely gonna show.
Yeah, that's for sure. And one of the Nepali teams that she said no before the show, guys, that she's a big fan of the Nepali teams, especially Horror Esport, do get themselves a third place. And actually, they got a good mix of eliminations and placement points. So this is actually going to result in a really good game for them, because before today's matches, Horror were actually in 6th position, and they're very comfortable, of course, as we know, to make into the finals here, Red. You want to make in top 16. I would say Horror, with their current performance, they're in my eyes, 100% qualified. They don't have to put too much effort, so they can use the rest of the games kind of as like scrims, you could even say, and just get ready for the truly important stage here of the Stallion Series.
We were talking about this off air, Max. The fact that this is an off-season tournament, we are at the mercy of these teams here, whether or not they're going to be popping off. They're going to show us what they can do inside the battlefield. And Horror Esports, man, it's a very promising lineup. This is the first team so far that they've revealed their roster. As for the other teams, just they want to keep it a secret for now. But again, it has a lot of potential, and I would love to see them really perform and be great in what they do. This is what we call like a grand reset for 2025, just because of what happened during the PMGC. I just know that there's a lot of you guys out there got their hearts broken with the whole outcome of PMGC. D plus Kia, I feel like there's still a lot more of them like being skeptical at what they can do inside the battlefield as well, just because they won by 1 point. But I mean, we need to consider the fact that for the Korean community, they are just at their 2nd season, right? But I feel like somehow they dictated the pace of the game.
Yeah, they really did do so much in that match. But with that said, we're going to head on over to a very quick break. We're going to check out some of the really sick highlights we had happen during that first game, and we'll be back in just a few short minutes for our second game of the day. Thanks so much for waiting, guys. We are slowly going to be getting ready for our second match of the day. Well, I say slowly. I don't know what's happening with the production team. They're so quick at making these lobbies. It fills up so quickly, Red. We have like a 1-minute break, and that's it. We're getting ready for the action. But we got only ERANGLE and MIRAMAR goodness on for the rest of the day now. And from what we saw yesterday, Red Queen, we had so many hot drops happening. I do wonder if we're going to be having maybe some more hot drop goodness on those 2 different battlegrounds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what we came for, right? I mean, all of those drop fights, and I just know that tonight's going to be epic, considering that we've got some of the best teams from the region. But then again, I always expect that a Pakistani team will be coming off as victorious from everyone. After all, this is your battleground.
This is it. That's the guy. 3 and 4 to be specific on the overall top players from FaZe. Again, I kept saying it, Red. We need to see that guy be pushed up to that guy 1, because he is in fact that guy, followed up by that guy 4, 2 players of FaZe, then Hacker of 141. Let's keep in mind 141 are not playing today, so the fact he's still up here after the 7th match that he did not participate in is quite impressive. Same for Sambo from RRQ and Cosmos here for the Red Saints. So that's going to be looking pretty stacked, but I do think that by the end of the day, we are going to be having quite a different layout of players on the top players graphic. Though, we were talking just before the break here, Red Queen, about... Actually, you know what? I'm going to hold that topic for later on. I didn't expect to have the overalls that quickly. Let's talk about the overall rankings that FaZe currently dominate in, because DRS are not playing today. That means FaZe is going to have even more space to create a lead versus DRS. And as of right now, that lead is just about 1 point.
You know what? You're right. I totally missed out on the action that happened during day number 1. The competition, I can say, just by seeing the overall rankings, is absolutely fierce, with the top teams breathing down each other's necks. I mean, DRS Gaming from Nepal, okay, where do I even begin? They've already seized the early lead with a commanding 58 points, before we stepped onto game number 1 today. And now they've already been taken over by FaZe of Thailand, that guy with a white jacket and a thick accent. Just kidding. But anyway, yeah, I mean, everyone is really performing great. I do wonder, like, especially those teams that are still at the bottom of the page here. I mean, there's obviously a need for them to kind of pick up the pace, even if this is just like day number 2. I believe we're only going to have like how many days for the playoffs? 3 days. So
3
time
days.
is not exactly on anyone's side here. So they need to perform. They need to be aggressive, especially that for me, the meta here for PUBG, it has already shifted towards like a kill centric meta, right? So completely changed the landscape of PUBG Mobile Esports. So we're seeing a fewer passive rotations, like fewer teams camping in like buildings. I mean, waiting for the final circle. So instead, we are witnessing a lot of constant engagements, early game pushes, and teams actively hunting for skills. So that is what my expectations is coming into Miramar. I think we're going to have like 3 Miramars, 2 Miramars, 3 Miramars, right? Back to back.
From the rotation of yesterday, I believe it's going to be ERANGLE. I know we got baited yesterday with CHRONICLES on the map rotation. It was said it was going to be Miramar, and it was ERANGLE. Okay, we're being told by production it's ERANGLE. We're going back to ERANGLE, to the grassy pastures. But it's going to be interesting because you say, of course, the meta is very elimination centric, which that is the case. It's been the case for, I would say, like about 2.5 years now. But the thing is that we have to keep in mind is that you need to be top 16 out of 24, which is easily doable if you get a solid top 3 finish with a few eliminations. That is all you would really need if you want to be in top 16 and be relatively safe. You might not want to get 0 points for the rest of your games, but at least one solid performance would be enough. And as of right now, with the teams that got at least 1 win, they're in 100% right, Red. So as of right now, if you're bottom squad, that 1 game can push you right into the Stallion Series finals.
Honestly, that kind of gameplay I always see coming from the side of former Vibes, but unfortunately will not be seeing them perform for today's set of matches. But for 4MV, it doesn't really matter whether or not they score a wicked chicken dinner, so to speak, but they're so consistent in terms of like getting the elimination points. And I do agree with you. I mean, you just need to like maybe make sure that you do not exit the game empty-handed, and it's like a slow burn, so to speak. And this is also the kind of gameplay I saw from DRX that is already kind of fading out. But then again, we do expect that they can be more, how to say, in terms of like their gameplay and strategy. I think teams need to like stick to their objective. Are they going to be going for like an aggressive gameplay or like just a passive gameplay? I think it depends on what they need for every match.
I would say as of right now, it's still early days. You want to play it safe. But for the teams of Group B, this is going to be the last day of teams for Group B, by the way. So, like, you're looking at your meter shots, your A1s, your... I was going to say 4MV to not here, FaZe Clans, your horrors. I feel like you just play it relatively safe. Just play your typical PUBG Mobile game. If towards the end of today's matches, like the last 2-3 matches, you are possibly going to get kicked out of the top 16, then you might have to go, okay, we have to send it. We have to be aggressive, play center, try and go for those wins or those big eliminations in the top 3 podium finishes. And that might be enough to give you a ticket into the finals. As of right now, we're not at that stage where teams are at risk, but we are going to get there by the halfway point of today, and those teams are going to need to be very careful because, again, a few matches like that, and you might just be completely out of the race for the top 16.
Oh, definitely. You know, I would love to see everyone perform in the grand finals, but unfortunately, like the nature of competition again only demands that only the top 16 will advance to the grand finals, ladies and gents. And honestly speaking, I'm not really familiar with the kind of gameplay that I'm seeing for. I mean, there's familiar names, yes, but there are those teams that the first time of me really casting a tournament that they're playing in it. So I still don't know what kind of method to expect coming from the Pakistani community. Do they love to play at the edge, or do they love to drop right into the middle of the map? But so far, you know, it's very promising. Like I said, you know, there's a lot of drop fights that happen right off the bat, and coming into the remaining matches, do we expect that same pace up until the end of the show?
I would say so. Like, the SANHOK is a bit of an outlier because, as you said a little bit earlier during that match, it's a bit more close quarter combat oriented. So you're going to be having teams fighting relatively early. Now we're going from a 4x4 map to an 8x8 map of Miramar and ERANGLE. So we're going to have a lot more space. The hot drops might happen on the first map of Miramar or ERANGLE because, again, we're adding to the equation the teams of Group C. After the first game, if you really want to make it to the finals, you're going to stop hot dropping altogether. Unless you're 1-4-1 and 4MV, that just kept happening. But once we get the first ERANGLE out of the way, the first Miramar out of the way, all the drop locations of every team are going to be known, even technically for tomorrow. So it's going to be super passive early stage, and it's only going to really ramp up when you reach phase 3, 4, 5, and that's when the eliminations should normally, again, this is a prediction, come on board.
Yeah. Some of the teams obviously had already had the chance to actually go through the live broadcast for day number 1 of the playoffs. So I'm pretty sure that they've already come up with a much more effective plan on how to approach each situation from the game. And yes, they do have the choice whether or not to be passive or aggressive. But if you're one of those teams who are still currently at the bottom of the page, I think that, you know, there's still need for you to rack up quite a number of points in terms of like elimination points. But to play it so passively, it could be hard to pull off as well. I mean, it's hard to just like really rely on getting that chicken dinner. It's hard to be part of even like being at the top 10. So there's really a need for the other teams to like really have an explosive performance. It's not always how you start them, but it's actually how you end it.
Yeah, it's going to be the last match that's going to be important. Like the finals, that island finish is all down to that last.
Oh my gosh!
To, make it first four places. Okay, that game red. That was.
Yes, I know.
With that said, here we go. Our match over on the back of ERANGLE is going to be from the western side of the island over to the southern edge of the pretty sort of a lot of Waterfall, Sterney, all the western side, like so a little bit, or hopefully go for a secondary option. As right now, Valerians are going to be still on the island.
Oh man, ERANGLE offers a perfect blend of open fields, you know, dense forests and urban areas. This is a map that rewards both aggressive pushes and strategic rotations. And again, the atmosphere here is definitely iconic. You know, a mix of tension and nostalgia because this is the first map ever created, right? So every building, every hill, every bridge holds a story here. This is definitely the heart of PUBG, and all of the teams here, if not all, most if not all rather, actually consider this map to be like their cashing cow, like their bread and butter. Like they need to be efficient whenever, you know, we play in ERANGLE because this is their best chance to actually accumulate a lot of them elimination points. But let's check out what is happening right now between 7th Element and a team coming from Malaysia. We've got Cito on your screen. They are all together in just one spot inside this building, but we can see one of them going off angle, repositioning. So I do wonder if Shamir had already, you know, taken a whiff of that one. That there's definitely one of them will try to hold on an off angle here to try and eliminate them.
Okay, we're going to be testing if my audio is still cracking. I'll wait for production to tell me. Apparently we having some... It's good now. Hey, it's working. Look at that. Perfect. I thought I might have to cut my stream. But no, we are good to go. Right in the trees. Can't see what's happening. There we go. We're out of the foliage. 7th Element here. Found himself an SLR, actually, for Shamir. And a dual MP7 in the hands of one of the players of Alliance. So that could be interesting. Dual MP7, I don't know if you had the chance to play it too much, Red. It's
Ooh.
decent if you're playing long-range weaponry, like let's say an M4 and a DMR or some bolt action, and you want to have that as a close-quarter combat option. But really, it doesn't have that much clutch power because once you got your spray through and it happens in 3-4 seconds, you can't clutch anymore. It goes really quickly to ammo.
Oh man, here we go. Gunshots already happened. Hitman already on the ground here up against Horror. Sleepy was able to bag that elimination port. Sky is at the foot of the stairs, just trying to get that element of surprise. Oh, that storm! He wasn't expecting that one. And just like that, A1 right off the bat also got sent back to the lobby early on. So I believe they were the first team to actually get eliminated up against Horror. So yeah, again, a promising performance coming from Hora Esports. And getting back into 7 Element, Teddy Bear is already out of the game. We can see that Pritam here is cooking up that nade, but can he put down a Zayan?
Clean nade. Actually, I up to 3 players now. They added a new player to their ranks. Here we go, going to be trying to breach upstairs onto the rooftop, and that's it. IA, another successful fight here in the Stallion series. And even when they don't have the man advantage, they just come out on top. Such a dominating force so far in only 2 matches. And if we get the full team next game, from what we're seeing right now, Red, it seems like that might be the case. The win is definitely going to be on the board as the jump around the corner will be enough for 7th Element to get their 4th elimination. Sure, they do lose Teddy Bear and Alian, but they at least win the team fight and get all the loot near farm.
Did he use an SLR to take out the opposition? Wow, very neat right there. But okay, 7 Element, we did not see what happened with Teddy Bear. You know, this is the blink and you know, like blink and you miss kind of moment, so to speak. But 7 Elements still doing a perfect job so far, even if they're down to just 3 members. And well, stage 1, and they were able to pull off quite an impressive clutch right there. And just like what we expected, you know, most of the teams here, since this is just the beginning of the match, most of them are still busy with their rotation. Some of them still pillaging through towns just to make sure that they get enough resources to get into a lot of engagements as we progress.
We're going to be seeing also hyper progress through Headshot Hill, infamous area near school apartments. As we see where they're going to be trying to send their position. By the way, I had some people asking me yesterday if we had a map feed. No, we do not. we don't see. We're going in blind like the viewers at home. Okay, so we do not know exactly where all the teams are positioned. We can just guess and make calls based on what we see when we do see the map feed for a few seconds. So we are trying our best here. By the way, one thing very important, because we are currently playing Red on the new version update. I don't know how up to date you are with the patch notes of the next update. They buffed up the M249 to do the same limb damage as an AKM. The M249, I have seen it a little bit yesterday. I do think it's going to be an insanely meta weapon moving forward, because that weapon with 150 ammo does the same damage as an AKM. That is madness. As we do have a fight then happening underground, and it's I8 again. They can't be stopped. Stop them, please.
One thing is for sure, they're actually going all ape, you know, in a lot of situations here, and really racking up a massive number of points. And if that is the case, M249, man. So that is the reason why I'm seeing a lot of players actually pick up M249, especially when they play in Miramar. Yeah. And also, like, this is, you know, like one of the things that I've noticed, more and more players are actually getting back into using Micro Uzi.
Micro Uzi, I have seen it a little bit, but I didn't see it be buffed, has it? Or maybe it's just a weapon that's perfectly suited to deal with the M249. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you see, that's something that I've been questioning myself, because, you know, when I cast a tournament in other platforms, you know, I see a lot of players really picking up Micro Uzi. So, like, because I'm a huge fan of Micro Uzi, so perhaps, like, I thought, like, oh, is this going to be like a comeback, you know, for Micro Uzi? Because when it comes to CQC, the most effective gun to hold would be a shotgun. You know, instead of like a DBS, I think the SOK have been buffed. Compared to a DBS, so more and more players are actually switching from DBS to S12K. But seeing teams, or like seeing players actually hold a Micro Uzi once again, you know, kind of nostalgic, but at the same time, quite lethal as well. But when you use a Micro Uzi, you need to be really accurate with your shot. I mean, if you do not have that extended mag, you need to be able to hit your opponent. You know, you need to pop their heads.
Yeah, because of the rate of fire, if you hit every single shot with your Uzi, it can out-damage a lot of weapons, even main ARs. The only thing is that the range is not that good, but if you do have a Uzi and you hit your shots, you can be completely obliterated. Multiple players you're going up against, so it could be quite interesting. As we do get close then to apartments and school, Incredible here is going to be trying to get some early information. They do spot some players of Hyper. They are currently doing a 3-1 split. 1 player over in apartment, 3 players over into school, which is good. You're just keeping your options open. But I do want to see that 1 player on the right side. If they do get breached, you need to regroup into school pretty much instantly. You do not want to take a fight in that kind of a split, because then you're just going to falter and lose a player for free, which, of course, we want to avoid, right, Red? It's just not the way to play the game.
Yeah, and they do have those repair guns, right? I mean, like repair car guns. Of some
So
sort?
that's great, actually, for the hovercraft. I don't know if you saw it yesterday. A player was using it on a hovercraft that doesn't have wheels. You can't repair wheels, but you don't have to repair them if your car just doesn't have a wheel. It's so good with the hovercraft. It's crazy good.
Oh man, and you can actually drift now, right? I mean, I've been watching, yesterday's event. I've been watching you and Tarix, and there were perhaps some of the players are doing the drifting with the cars. So this is what we can expect coming from this players. Is this the sneak preview from the official tournaments as well? Do you think we're going to be playing on this kind of patch?
I mean, we will eventually. I don't know how much of it is going to make its way into competitive, because this is not an esports lobby. This is like a normal lobby you would have in your typical games. So it does have all the new features like the horses, etc. And actually, there's one new item that's added that I cannot, and I really cannot stress this enough, Red. In 2025, this is going to be by far the most impactful item, in my opinion. The M79, the smoke grenade launcher, is
Oh yeah.
insanely impactful. The fact you can smoke walls and it blooms instantly means that if you want to push an apartment building with multiple windows, you can just block out vision right away. It is such an impactful item, and I don't know if you think like me there's going to be meta, but it's going to be crazy good next year for sure.
Oh man, those are the things you need to watch out for, ladies and gents. And just in case you guys are probably wondering, okay, how many points did my favorite team was able to put up on the scoreboard? So far, it's just 7th Element and Horror Esports, as well as ASI 8 and Cedo. Okay, this is a Malaysian team. They do have single-digit scores up onto the board, but then again, it's quite passive for now during the first stages. But I can see that Ghost just got picked up by Falak this time. I think it was a 2-piece kill for Falak.
Yeah, it was. I realized we went in podcast mode about new updates for a second, but yeah, we have to talk about the game eventually. But yeah, there's going to be 4 thrives. Look in. They do get the 2 eliminations confirmed you just brought up here, Red, so they're really looking good. And it seems like they want a squad wipe. 2 eliminations just not going to cut it for 4 thrives. They want to get all those points if possible. They're going to be moving towards DMN. It's going to be a 3-man squad here defending. And here you go, Noki trying to go for the back angle. Crashes into the tree. No, that is not the way to go out, Noki. And he is going to be in a very precarious situation. The res might come through if they can squad wipe DMN very quickly. The Demons here are going to be holding on strong. Falak with 3 nades in hand. We saw what we could do with those nades back in Team SLC safe for 2024. Sabar with the shoddy here, looking to hold the angle of its building. But 4 thrives, they're all inside the building, all inside the compound. But IQ loses his 1v1 fight. And now Team 24 OP also down to just a slither of HP. 4 thrives are just crumbling down one by one, but Falak is still alive, getting the damage done against the side of Demon Esports. And Demon just gets T24. Falak solo, 1 against the world. And it also getting third party by 7th Element as 4 thrives are sent right back to the lobby with just a few eliminations to count for this game.
I was just going to ask if Demon Esports can actually unleash hell up against the 4th thrives. But you know what? The fight is not over just yet, because 7th Element looking to join this game. But okay, Demon Esports says, okay, this is not my fight anymore. I need to back away from this situation, considering that he's pretty low in HP and he doesn't want to take part of that action just yet. But we've got new challenger. Oh man, this is the part where we do the party, huh? No fear. On prone with this M416 looking to take down at least 1 player coming from 7th Element, but he's still waiting for that right shot, that right angle to try and knock down at least a Shamir or X, but could be hard to pull off. I mean, he doesn't have an angle to work with.
I like how Demon Esports, like, we might be a demon, but even that's too much for us. We got to get out of here. We can't get third party by 7th Element after we just won a fight versus 4 thrives. Okay, that was already rough. Got out up on top of that. Let's head on over to now Horror Esports. Again, No Fear, Jiggle, Sleepy, and Sky looking to carve their way into the circle. And 7th Element actually get driven over by a play of spins. Right? And they also now just losing everyone. I feel like we have a massive crash happening on 7th Element then, and they are just getting completely obliterated. And as I say that, they are in fact eliminated of this game in 12th position. So spins just... I mean, great push. That was a quick push, and I didn't even see the fight, and it just ended. That was so quick. Wow.
my eyes are not blurry. I mean, the screen is really. I'm so sorry for everything.
cars.
But you know what? 7 element. You're right. I mean, they did put out like 6 elimination points. I think it's a pretty decent number. If you're going to ask me, I think it's still like a majorly job well done. FaZe Clan right now, those guys, okay, complete squad, 1 elimination point. They're coming after a team here, trying to flush them out from this compound. We got a guy one holding on. This is double barrel shotgun, if I'm not mistaken. I can hear the gunshots happening. Are there players getting picked up?
I love how that guy one opens the door. He's like, I'm looting it! And there you go. The teammate's going to be able to assist him eventually. The nade's going to be cooked up by the other player, Valerian's Cosmos, right around the corner there in the building. And it's time to swap on over to the Scar. Gets the job done with the 3x. Now Valerian's, I believe, down to just a single player over in the distance. If they can eliminate him, they might be able to get the res on that guy number 4. But the blue zone is pushing against them. They're 40 seconds, and they're going to be fully engulfed in the blue. They're going to be taking the extra tick damage of phase 2, about to go into phase 3. So you want to wrap up this fight quickly. That guy 3, though, sending it solo. It's a bit risky. Can he get the knock? Yes, he can. And that's going to be Raze sent straight back to the lobby. And normally, an opportunity has been thrown the way of phase to get the res on their 4th teammate.
Oh man, straight to the jugular right there. Valerian's Esports, just like that, got eliminated with that exchange. Sleepy right now on the ground. Might be dreaming at the moment, but let's see what the other 3 guys can do for Horror Esports at the moment as they go up against AES I8. Again, a lot of shotguns being used. At this point, we got Freedom over here going to rotate, playing ring around the Rosie at the point up against Horror Esports. Freedom getting some damage as well, but can he knock down one? Yes, he did, but great follow-through coming from Horror Esports. I mean, they were able to support the team, and they were able to come off victorious from that conflict and posting up a total of 8 elimination points at stage 2. And just like that, we're looking at 9 teams remaining.
Wait a minute. Red, how are we down to 9 teams and we're in phase 3 that just popped? What's happening?
You lose.
How quick is this game going? Like, genuinely, this game is so fast. You were not here for the first few minutes. You're like, oh, it's phase 1, phase 2. Don't worry, guys. I'm sure no fights happened. All the fights happened at once, pretty much. I'm so confused. But it seems like teams in this lobby are just like, you know what? We need to make it. I feel actually, now that I think about it here, Red, I think that might be the mentality of these teams. We just need to make it in top 16. It's relatively easy. A lot of these teams that are currently fighting are already safe to make into top 16. They're like, you know what, YOLO. We'll just send it, and we'll just have a little bit of a mini TDM in this BR game and just get ready for the finals. I feel like some teams are really just purely in training mode and not taking the overarching theme of this game too seriously because, again, they're pretty safe.
You know, honestly speaking, I feel like those teams that we consider dark horses, so to speak, up against the veteran teams, I feel like they're really showcasing what they can do inside of Battlefield. And I think, again, this is a great avenue for them to kind of make a statement, you know, like make a name for themselves. After all, you know, Battle Royale is unpredictable, right? And even if you, this is not purely like a skill issue. It is also about like outmaneuvering, outsmarting the opposition. And you can do that just by playing like on your mobile phones. And absolutely fun to watch, to be honest. From the kill feed, we can see that Hasib got knocked down somewhere around ERANGLE, and team a while ago just flashed on your screen playing with their sole survivor as well. We've got Meteor Shot over here, Sobar. All right, I hope I'm not butchering your name so far, but we can see that he's trying to flush out another team here from inside this compound, right? This is the gas station.
That man is in the car. He's in the back car. Oh, not sure he's going to be able to make it out, though. Here you go, Meteor Shot. Going to be surrounding the entirety of Team Chronicles. And Batman is still in the car. Is he AFK? I don't know. He's not moving too much in that car. Here we go. The nade connects from Pika Boy. Great connection. Man. No, he is moving. He is not AFK. He is, in fact, playing. And he's like, sorry, mate. I ain't saving you. He does see him. Here we go. What were you doing, Batman? What was that? Why were you just staying in the car? This game is weird, man. I don't know what's going on anymore. I've lost the plot.
Well, I mean, that situation happened a lot before, you know, in previous tournaments, but it's like, you know, already part of like oldest trick in the book. So yeah, I think some of the players are already expecting that, you know, some of them will definitely hide in the car or like maybe just keep quiet. But then again, you just need to check your corners. And in that case, they needed to check like, okay, where are you hiding? I know that you are here somewhere. And that was such a great spot, you know, from the team. Amazingly, these guys doing an amazing job as well. Guy number 3 bagged, a couple shots out of the 4, so they are doing pretty well. We can see that guy 1's getting shot at, but not sure, like what team is doing that spray.
It's another great team next to I think it's Spins that were successful in the crash on 7th Element a little bit early on in the game. I think it might be them, and there's also, yeah, there's another squad also over there. There's 2 squads that could be looking in the direction of FaZe, so not going to be too easy to rotate, especially because they're going to be about 300 meters away from the circle, but they got the supercars. Man, that looks sick. That looks... I was jealous a lot of the times yesterday when I was seeing the supercars. They are looking real clean. But yeah, it was Spins. In fact, we're looking in the direction of FaZe then, and just making sure they can go for the spray right over the ledge of that roof onto that guy number 4? Yeah, number 4. I hate those names. it really gets to me. I don't
It's so
like
confusing. Okay, we are experiencing a little bit of a truce happening right now for stage number 4. Most of the players here killing nothing but time. Honestly, it's pretty vanilla at this point, but let's see what's going to happen next. Oh, there's a horse. Okay, maybe Joker's trying to consider, okay, do I ride his horse or not? But anyway, we've got nobody coming from Team XOTICS. Right? Exotics? Did I say that right?
I was going to say Exotics yesterday, and Torix corrected me. I said Exotics, and I felt very dumb after. So yeah, it's Exotics. It is.
Exotics. Okay, cool. Well, can they pull off a clutch here? That's what we need to find out later on. But Pika Boy, okay, got dropped somewhere in ERANGLE. Pika Boy, if I'm not mistaken, also like a front runner when it comes to like being the top performers in each of the matches coming off the group stage. So I do expect, like quite a performance coming from this Pika Boy. But currently he's bleeding out there in the open, and there you go, the confirmation that we have been waiting. He is already out in the game, back to the lobby for him. But hey, you know what? TKS over here still playing with a trio, and 3 still a crowd. Still pretty doable if you ask me. They can still perhaps come up with an effective plan on making sure that they get to the latter stages of the game and maybe get that winner chicken dinner. But for now, I do feel like they need to move. They need to reposition themselves and try to find a spot where they can maximize getting a lot of points.
I have to say, I love Horror's position right now. They got, in my eyes, the best northern position. They can easily hold off teams like Meter Shot, and I think the Meter Shot here don't really want to take that interaction with Horror. They kind of want to dodge it like the plague. That is going to be the game plan. As you can see, they are going to be sending it between Horror and Garden location next to Rozok. The thing is, most of the compounds here, Red, they're going to be taken, and they're driving right into Hyper. As here we go, trying to approach onto the outskirts of that compound here. Drop the shot with the S12K. Can he hit the shot? Unfortunately, that's going to be a big fat no, and the rest of the team's going to join up near the wall, and there's nothing they can do. Meter Shot sent right back out of the game as Hyper get a free bunch of eliminations for their troubles.
Yeah, you're right. Free kills. I mean, they made it easy for them to actually get those kill points. I mean, obviously your teammate had already been picked up, I mean, with a shotgun, and you just followed right through. I thought you were going to go for the off angle, but then again, I don't exactly know what kind of gameplay will be coming from all of the teams here. Now getting back into Hora Esports, 9 elimination points, man, pretty aggressive. We've got Sky bagging most of it, but right now Nofir is doing a massive spray up against the opposition. Was able to get one, but we can see a team cooking up that nade. Oh, great dodge coming from Nofir, but he is cooking up a nade of his own, but can he get one right?
I gotta say, that initial spray of Fear was so clean on that car. That was 10 out of 10 spray. But now all the entirety of Horror just sending it in the garage, looking for the fight, looking for the eliminations. Great opening nade from Sky. Once again, this guy is so impactful with that utility. As Sleepy didn't go to sleep early this game. He's in fact going to play the entirety of this match, hopefully. But Joker's got himself such a good angle, and we saw yesterday on Miramar, Joker from the side of Exotics being so good at these long-range kind of fights. But here you go, the util comes on through to Nile, gets the knock onto Sleepy, also down onto Sky. It's all down to now just Nofir and Jiggle as they try their best to hold down the front line of this fight versus Exotics, and Nofir gets inside, gets one, gets the double, and Nofir pulling off the clutch of the day so far as he holds on strong versus Exotics.
They are the current juggernauts in this specific match right here. I mean, they've already set a double-digit elimination points, so they definitely have their rhythm down. Let's see what Joker is going to do with this situation. I mean, we've got 2 players currently not down on the ground, so it's no fear play for Hora Esports. He was able to bag Sleepy. He's like the Freddy Krueger in this situation, but Joker, oh man, the last one laughing for the side of Team XOTICS.
It's still a top 6 position for Hora with how many eliminations they got at the end there? Let me see.
12? 10?
They got
10, I think.
12 eliminations there. And he gets
12,
the
yeah.
placement points on top 6. That is a crazy match for the Nepali team. GG, well played. As Spins now
Ooh.
in the center of the circle. But there are so many angles, Red, looking directly in their compound. Nowhere is safe, especially in these buildings that have notoriously so many windows. Nowhere is going to be safe in this spot, and especially when the teams decide to go for the crash, because the circle has now moved away from them. Their compound is not in circle anymore, which means that even if they do win the fight, they need to start thinking about the overarching plot of this game, which is they need to transition successfully and alive, hopefully, out of this compound in the center of the circle.
Well, stage 5 definitely getting crowded in here, but we're looking at 5 teams remaining, so we're close to wrapping things up for this specific match. But we've got a Blue Reaper getting some points for him as well. So for the final 4 teams, we've got FaZe, Exotic, Hyper, and Spins. And looking at the situation, it looks like FaZe Clan. Those guys have the best chance of bagging the winner chicken dinner. Perhaps, you know, when it comes to their position, they have some sort of elevation working out for them. And at this point in the competition, you need to be able to work all of the advantage onto your side. Hyper trying to find an angle here. You need to seize that opportunity as soon as he can. I mean, some of the players from FaZe is a little bit exposed onto the top here, but they need to be patient for now, you know, and not really compromise their location. I mean, Hyper could potentially shut down FaZe, and they could go from behind.
They could. I feel like FaZe is going to be the crash that Hyper want to pull off. They need to try and get the high ground. They are trying to wrap around, which is a very smart play, a really smart rotate from Hyper. The thing is, the car's fuming. How close can they really get? He's drifting out of control. The wheel was, in fact, popped on his supercar. Now FaZe also trying to get a little bit of high ground control. Hyper just sending it with very minimal information. They don't know where the FaZe players currently are. And Hyper get completely decimated by FaZe without losing a single player in the process. 8 eliminations for FaZe. Now they have full high ground control. But because of that fight happening, Spins try to get closer. Leave the compound. 2 players are currently in. And it is going to be a 4v4 as that guy number 4 gets dropped to his knees.
Which team is going to be sent to oblivion here? FaZe definitely flexing a muscle up against Spins, but let's see who will be more accurate in terms of like taking down the opponents. 9 elimination points for FaZe, so definitely they have that momentum working out for them as well. Guy 2 is trying to get closer to the fire here. He needs to get the information so that, you know, the rest of the team could be accurate on where to throw the nades, but great spray coming from Guy 2. Very effective shutting down the opposition, and this could pave the way for them to actually bag the chicken dinner.
Oh, I'd like that sent here from that guy too, but unfortunately gets knocked instantly by PIR. And now it's just going to be down to, I believe, a 2v2 currently. There's no way they're going to get that res on that guy too. That nade, though, could be looking clean. And that guy 1, the nade connects, and that is going to... Actually, wait, that guy 3 connected onto Rivas. Now it's just going to be PIR here. His teammate, 2 angles, but can he hold down his angle? He cannot, and that is going to be GG. Well played. The second game of the day will be taken home by none other than FaZe Clan.
Okay, I don't want to make any mistake. So FaZe Clan won. Okay, FaZe Clan won, but these are the champions for the second match this evening. I mean, they were pretty aggressive from the get-go. I mean, considering the number of elimination points they were able to put up on the board, that only goes to show how determined they are to secure a slot in the grand finals. We don't know who the roster is just yet, so pretty much all you need to do is just follow them, perhaps on their social media platforms, and wait for them to announce, like, who these amazing guys are.
You know what? I want chat to answer a very important question. Chat, out of FaZe Clan, which guy is your favorite guy? Answer right now. FaZe guy 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, I don't know which one is your favorite. For me, it's that guy number 3. He's always very, very impactful. But as of right now, that guy number 1, living up to his name. He'd been the top performer of his team in terms of damage, knocks, and also eliminations secured. And it was down mainly to that position, right? That you mentioned a little bit earlier in the game, right, Red? That high ground spot was very, very important for the team. So much so that Hyper tried to compete for it. They were not successful. And even some of the players of Spins tried to snatch it away from FaZe. But the high ground position, FaZe knew what they had in their control. And they made full use of it until the very end of that match.
Yeah, they did have that high ground advantage compared to. I do also believe that they have the number advantage as well compared to the other
It was
team
4v4 at the start.
Oh, it's 4v4. Okay. So, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, if you do have a high ground, it'll be easier for you to take down your opponents considering you have a better vantage point compared to the opposing team, right? So if you have that advantage, you just need to optimize that, I guess, maximize whatever it is that you can. I mean, it's not that easy back of the chicken there, even if you have all the advantages working out for yourself. I mean, even if you are like, for example, being too like overly confident in your position, sometimes you get a blunder right inside the game and actually lose the top spot. But then again, FaZe Clan did an amazing job securing that chicken dinner. And this is the only thing perhaps I know about FaZe is the fact that, okay, some of the players actually moved to Vampire. Okay, the whole roster had been changed.
Yes.
And since we don't exactly know who these guys are, all we need to do is just like really pay attention on like how they move from inside the battlefield and perhaps guess that could be the clue that we are looking for, like how they move from inside the team. But judging by their performance, these are all pros. You know, they're definitely has already have that experience coming from the official tournaments, and I'm just excited who these guys are, to be honest.
Yeah, it could be anyone. It could be Powerboy for all we know. No, it could be Powerboy joining. No, it's definitely not Powerboy. Let's not start the rumors again. It's definitely not Powerboy. Survival time, 8 minutes, 4 minutes. That doesn't seem correct. So I'm going to assume that they are not correct. But looking at the elimination front of things, Horror getting 12 eliminations. No Fear had such a good clutch moment, but I would even say just No Fear here, Red, was doing well. The entire squad, Sleepy and Sky, were doing exceptionally well also during that initial fight against XOTICS near the garage, and they got realistically 3 squad wipes because they got 12 eliminations total this game. So they would put on an absolute clinic just like FaZe. But compared to them, FaZe did get the chicken dinner and those 10 extra placement points, which means that they're going to get 22 points, while Horror gets a lower 14, which is still an exceptional game. And here we go, looking at No Fear, 4 eliminations, just under 1,000 damage, which, as we know here, every time you get close to 1,000 damage, that is an exceptional match you just had, and No Fear was the one just popping off from start to finish.
Yeah, 928 damage output. I mean, this guy probably dropped, a lot more players inside the game. It's just that, some of the players that he got, that he shot, he wasn't able to, transform that one into full-blown elimination point. But then again, this is an outstanding number or stats that I can see on the screen here. And now that we're done with the second game, this is already shaping up to be like quite a showdown for the players that we can see inside the lobby. And again, I'm expecting no less coming from the teams here. We did expect quite a lot of epic situations to happen in this tournament. And as for the other players, again, we got at least 2 guys from FaZe that is a part of this roster. We got Hosaipa as well from 7 Elements, and of course Sky. Oh, he's also here. Okay, 4 elimination points, 488 damage output. Again, very promising. These are the usual suspects, to be honest.
Yeah, these are a lot of the big names you would expect to be up there, except for that guy in 1 and 2, because, again, no clue who they are. Maybe Powerboy, again, could be. But Huzaifa going into PMSL CSA for the 2024 season, Huzaifa was one of my favorite up-and-coming players, and I feel like he's really made a name for himself now when it comes to CSA players. I'm really hoping we see them do well in PMSL this year, because this guy can do so well. He is such a clutch machine. And from what we witnessed this game, he got himself 4 eliminations, so he was definitely doing a really, really good job. And I do hope that this entire 2025 year will go well for him and his teammates. As we look at the match rankings for this 8th match so far of the playoffs, and that is going to be, again, the 22 points secured by FaZe, thanks to their 10 placement points from the win, and the 12 total eliminations, followed closely, though, by Horror, with also 12 eliminations, but unfortunately, just lower placement points as they only get the 2. Though, we got the big names here, looking at it, right, Red? We got FaZe and Horror that we, especially after yesterday with Horror, we expect them to do well. Spins, though, they had a super surprising third party in that central compound. I feel like this is a team that we should be looking at to be a contender maybe for the finals and maybe go the entire way, because that timing and the execution of that fight was spectacular in my eyes.
Perhaps they are the wild cards in this situation. But, unfortunately for the side of Chronicles as well as Valerian's Red Saints, wow, that is a long one. But A1 Aero, okay, there's a need for them to kind of bounce back for the remaining matches. Again, the time is not really on anyone's side. We don't really have that kind of luxury. So there's a need for them to kind of perform. I mean, first day, usually this is the time where you try to build your foundation in terms of the overall rankings. And then day two should be like some sort of, solidifying your overall position. And if you continue on performing or exiting the game empty handed, then this could take a toll on you, considering that we only have 3 days for the playoffs.
Yeah, look, you can take an L here and there. You don't want to take too many Ls. Unfortunately, that might be pushing you into the bottom 8 teams, and that is not where you want to be after tomorrow's extra 6 matches, because that is that's going to send you home. I mean, I guess you're technically already home because it's an online tournament, but you get my point. It's not going to go too well for you. As you said, A1, we do need to see a little bit more presence from them. I do think Valerians, after their performance yesterday, should be also relatively safe when it comes to making it in the top 16. But we've had some surprises happening so far. But it's so crazy to me, Red, because this lobby, compared to yesterday, is so much more eager to hot drop and fight in like phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And I do wonder, are we going to see that continue for the rest of the few matches we have left today? Because if that's the case, it's going to be all over the place. And you know what? I'm not even going to let you answer, Red, because we're heading on over to a quick break here with the highlights, and we'll be back for match number 3 in just a few short minutes. Well, those were some sick highlights of our second game of the day, but we are going to get ready, and Red Queen is not here. She's frozen in time and space, but it's fine. We are slowly going to be getting ready for our third match of the day, which should be heading on over to Miramar, and we'll see what's going to be happening. But again, the first games today, a lot of early game action has been happening, and I do truly wonder, are we going to see that continue? Because, man, we lost so many teams. We were down to 9 teams when we reached phase 3, last game over onto ERANGLE, which is just unheard of. Those are insanely early fights going down all over the place of the battlegrounds. But we'll see if that's going to be happening once more over on Miramar. And after that chicken dinner phase, I feel like they're going to be hungry to try and get himself another chicken dinner today, hopefully. Same for also the side of Horror. They've had themselves some pretty good performances, and it will be interesting to see how things are going to unfold. Here we go, though, looking at the top players so far of the entire playoffs. It's that guy 3, that guy 4, that guy 1, Sleepy, and that guy 2. Sleepy's just there. He just fell asleep, and he's like, well, I'm in top 5. What's happening? But they're so far completely dominated by FaZe players, which I'm not really too surprised, because even yesterday, we're sure they wouldn't always reach the late game, they are able to get a lot of eliminations every time. Look at the elims, 17, 15, 12, and 12. Crazy stats from FaZe, and Sleepy. Yeah, I guess. As I'm not sure if Red is here. No, she is not. Okay. I'm in fact alone the entire time, but that is fine. With that said, I believe we are going to be having the overall rankings very soon. We'll be able to see how big a lead has been created by the side of FaZe, because let's keep in mind that today DRS are not playing, so they are going to be falling behind slightly, as actually the other Nepali team here of Horror are overtaking DRS, are now competing directly with FaZe in first and second place respectively, with an 81 point to 62 point difference right now. So this is going to be actually a 19 point difference between these two teams if my math is correct, which it might not be. I'm not great at math. But one good game from Horror and they could be up there. We need to see an actual win from Horror come on through. But as of right now, Nepali teams are doing amazing. I need to see a bit more presence from the Pakistani team. Hopefully that'll be the case. As we move on lower, you have Valerian Esports, the side of Meta, Shot, Knockout Esports, XOTICS, Star, Hyper, RRQ, 141, and A1. A lot of those teams also are going to be going pretty low on the rankings today because they're not playing, such as Knockout Esports, DRS, Star. Also the side of RRQ, 141 are not playing today, so they're going to be dropping off a little bit. But looking at the teams that are playing their first day today, 7th Element with only 2 matches played, one of those having a chicken dinner, they do jump up with 21 points over into 14th place. We do need to see a bit more presence outside of their chicken dinners because they do have only 10 placement points out of that one game they got earlier on SANHOK. But 7th Element can definitely make it happen for the Pakistani team. So there's hope if you are a Pakistani fan as of right now. And looking lower, I8 also going to have to try and climb up. They do have 9 points, which is not bad, but we do need to see a little bit more presence later on down the line. So yeah, it seems like Red is just not here, and we'll see if she's going to be back eventually for this game. But yeah, Miramar is going to be on the board here, and I would love to have the chat's prediction. I'm going to be asking you guys in chat, which team are you supporting now for this second day of play in the playoffs for the Stallion Series? I'll be very excited to see. I'm currently reading the chat, and chat, hey, you know what? Not toxic today, chat. We're being nice in the chat. GG. Very, very proud of you guys. Good job, good job. But I am wondering, are we finally going to be seeing also I8 have a 4-man team? Because if you just joined the show, first game, I8 had 2 players and yet dominated in bootcamp. They won the bootcamp 3-way fight. Then the second game, they're up to 3 players. They actually get themselves some decent amount of eliminations too. Are we going to finally have the side of I8 as a 4-man squad? That will be that will be a great story, not going to lie. But it would be great to see that happen for them. Not going to lie, I'm kind of running out of topics now because I don't know. I'm waiting for the game to start. Hopefully it's going to be soon. And I don't have a co-caster right now to join me. We have Torix around, actually. I don't know if Torix can join me. That could be cool if we can set it up. But we'll see how things are going to be going down. But yeah, guys, tell me in the chat which team you are supporting. And actually, not only that, I want to also know which player you are supporting. Which player do you think will be the MVP here of the Stallion Series, brought to you by Tabani Esports and Bloodmoon Esports? I'm very excited to see what the chat has to say because it's been close. I mean, top 16, so many teams, so many players can make it up there, but for the finals itself, it's going to be ruthless, and just a few point difference might be, unfortunately, what sends you home at this stage of the tournament. You've got to be very careful because you've got some big names at the bottom, and one team that I want to see hopefully initiate a bit of a comeback is going to be A1 Esports, that has been relatively silent so far. But here we go, looking at the results so far today. SANHOK won by 7th Element with a total of 5 elimination, and then the ERANGLE game that just happened a few minutes ago won by FaZe Clan, and with a total of 12 elimination, totals up to 22 points total. We're now going to be going then. Are we going into ERANGLE again? I thought we were going into Miramar. I'm asking production. Is this ERANGLE just happening? Okay, I am told it is going to be ERANGLE, guys. We are not doing the flip-flop all over the place like yesterday of going ERANGLE and Miramar. We are going to go 3 ERANGLEs in a row, so ignore all the stuff I said about Miramar because it's going to be happening just a little bit later on in the day. But here we go, back to my face, fortunately for you guys. And it's Torix! He's back! He's here! How's it going, Torix? This is this guy.
It's this guy. What's up? So hello, chat. Hello, everybody. How are you? And hello, Max. I am not that guy, but I am this guy. I am this guy for Max. But
you joining FaZe?
Yeah. Ooh, I hope so.
And I mean, you said you were that guy, so I'm assuming at that point you're joining FaZe. You know,
I'm this
that guy 5. You're this guy who is the coach of those guys. I don't know. We've got some weird lore happening. But how do you feel about the 2 first games that happened so far, Torix? Like looking back on the ERANGLE and the SANHOK.
Honestly, I was not here for those, so you have to fill me up for some of the actions.
How dare you?
Ouch, I'm hurt.
No. But there were some cool moments. I mean, the 2 wins so far. There was 1 taken home by FaZe on the ERANGLE, and the SANHOK was won by 7th Element. So we finally got a Pakistani win on the board here, Torek.
Well, over there, my players are 4 players FaZe plus 3 people. side of Aura. So, top 5 players are just very here we go. They're ready for the third match of the day. It's ERANGLE. All over, I believe.
Ooh, and you are definitely correct on that. It is going from all the way to the Zarshi to the Miltao Power right now, but no military bases. Okay, this is new for the day number 2, but this is the match number 9, ladies and gentlemen, and the playing line is kind of bisecting the complete map in somewhat of a half situation where the teams have the northern sides and the southern sides somewhat in their favors. So if they want to go for the clash drops, if they do not want to go for it, either way, it's going to be for these guys. It's all up to their choices, but we can see ASI 8, 7S going all the way maybe towards the Severny or maybe the crash side of the shooting range too. So we might see some early fights, Max, right here. Also, I can see the Pachinki kind of getting contested as well, but aside from that, the circle is going to take the shift all the way up somewhat to the eastern region.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty eastern here for these teams. Though we are seeing that A1 and Hora are going to be stretching their way over into Yasnaya Poliana, which is what we expect now after yesterday's matches, and especially the first game of the day. That is a continuous hot drop that they don't always commit to. Sometimes the fight happens. Sometimes they just avoid it altogether, which is, in my eyes, the best opinion. What the hell is this skin I'm looking at? This is... Is he a snowman?
Yes, that is a snowman with a hat.
With a supercar.
With a
Interesting.
Supercar.
Hey.
Oh my god.
Realism. PUBG Mobile is through the roof. Wait, are these guys in Zaki or am I imagining things? They're in Zaki, right? This is Zaki drop.
Yeah, for a second I thought the next weird thing is going to happen, that the car is going to move on its own, but no, that's not going to happen. We're going to move to the 7th element right now, where all the 4 players of the 7th element are alive. They have the first elimination to their name as well, CDA. Let's see how they're gonna aggress upon on the situation, because so far, gun-wise, arsenal-wise, they don't have that much of a good arsenal. The Uzi with the 25 bullets and 45 in the backpack, I don't think you're gonna be able to get those elimination, and that is exactly what it is. 7th Element X gonna get him down and knife him out. Ouch, that hurts. So 7th Element is definitely saying not to come here, as this is their territory.
What the hell was that casting? A knife. Ouch. That
Ouch. That hurts.
I just didn't expect you to say that. Here we go. Nade's going to be thrown over by CelcomDigi Alliance with the Uzi. They love the Uzi. The Uzi's not going to be enough. The M4 will be for Cluck, though. And he has 2 more nades, and he sees the play on the rooftop for Alian. Alian also going to be cooking his own nade. Who's going to be throwing it first? And it was really accurate and does do a little bit of damage as Teddy Bear also gets dropped. So the off angle is going to be lost now. Ooh. And actually, Alliance are somewhat in a better position realistically. They got a little bit of a wide angle, and the nade connects for Olio. That means that now X of 7th Element is going to be the last remaining player to try and hold down the fort for the team. But we all know that Alliance are going to push it over here, Torix.
And the worst part of the 7th element is that X does not even have a first aid kit on him. He is not even healed up 75% to the fully side. There goes the jump. There goes a fire, and it's all over. 7th element out of the match. They're the first one that's going to be taken out this time around. Hora Esports are right on the next side at the Yasnaya Poliana. We can see them close to the A1 Esports, but the fight has not ensued yet. But A1, they're looking pretty packed up in a single compound, whereas Hora Esports, they have all the directions, all the 4 directions completely covered up for the A1 Esports. Now it's time for, I'd say, Hora to not make a move and let A1 Esports get a little bit anxious over there and a little bit of impatient, and that's where you're gonna strike.
This is something I repeated so many times for years now in so many different tournaments. You don't have to fight in Yasnaya. It's big enough for 2 teams. You know the saying where it's like, this town is not big enough for the 2 of us? It is big enough for the 2 of them. It is. It's way more. It's more than enough space for 2 teams. You don't have to fight it. Sleepy's going to get dropped. Unfortunately, he was in the top 5 players earlier, so that might force him to drop out of the top 5 players of the playoffs. It's now going to be a 3v4 ordeal, it seems, unless they're able to pull off the res, which there's a chance that could be happening. But A1 here definitely want to try and commit on that knock here with the shotgun here. No, Rowdy, don't push it solo with that Uzi. And Jiggle will be dropped to knees eventually. It's only Sky and No Fear. The res will be pulled off onto Sleepy. It might be time to re-engage as the knocks have connected onto A1. They are going to be in the other building here. Horror looking to force a 1v2 against Navid.
Oh,
Going to be low HP here with the M4. You've got to wait for your teammate, but he goes for the push. No risk, and it does not pay off. And he gets the double. Navid, you are joking me. Horror are getting decimated as Navid is the sole remaining survivor of A1 Esports.
A1 Esports, they're definitely been taken somewhat out, but they have definitely done a lot of damage to the Horror Esports as well. Both of the parties are right now down to the very last player. Anything, and I mean anything, can go on from this point onward. Horror Esports Sky, he managed to get a 1v3, whereas on the other side, we did see Navid doing a really decent 1v2 on the players of the Horror side as well. So the big two guns from both of the teams are right now going to go face-to-face against each other. But no, A1 Esports, right after that clutch, he decided to move out of this equation. Now they decided, Max, that, yeah, Yasnaya is big enough for now, the two of us, so why not go back? Why not go back to the safer angle? But 15 teams, 51 players alive so far, and Navid does not have any good kind of a healing aside from just the bandages that he has, and even just a single stem. This guy is not very well packed, but ASI8, Pritham, alongside of the rest of the two players, that is Hasaki and Ghost, they have joined up at the Severny region. But I do remember vaguely, Max, that there were another team going Severny, no?
I don't remember who it was. Not sure. I mean, maybe. Severny's quite a famous position for a lot of teams here, though. FaZe versus IA is going to be unfolding. It seems that guy number one going to try his best to get out of that. He does make it over the ridge for a few seconds here. The spray is going to be hitting hard once more, and he does make it out. I believe the car about to explode. He's going to be taking the spray down to Hasaki. And that guy one being an absolute god-tier gamer. He does hit the shots, but unfortunately his feet are going to be seen by Hasaki, and the barrel does get the knock eventually down the line. And IA, again, this is another game here. They're down to a three-man team. Well, they come into the game as a three-man team, Torix. Even in the first game, they came in as a two-man team, and they won the bootcamp fight as a two-man. So IA, sure, they might not be a full squad, but they definitely mean business, as now they get the knock down onto that guy number 4.
Well, yeah, two of the FaZe Clans guys are right now down, leaving all and everything up to the Dad Guy number 2 and the Dad Guy number 3. But the Dad Guy 3 closes on alongside of the team ASI8, so it's basically a 2 versus 2 that can actually ensue. That Guy number 3 has just been not even paid attention to, but that guy number 2 managed to get a S12K player down. ASI8 just leaving the premises of the Severny, and back to the lobby that they go. 3-man with 2 elimination. They only managed to get on the hashtag number 5, but FaZe Clan, they managed to not only survive, but that guy number 2 managed to squeeze out a 1 versus 3 on that.
IA, you might want to get your 4th player in the game. I'm just saying, it might be helpful to have a 4-player squad if you want to compete with teams like FaZe. Yes. Otherwise, you're going to struggle a little bit. But FaZe, they do get themselves the 3 eliminations near Severny and shooting range, and that means they also do get themselves the res on their fallen teammate, which means they are just going to be up as a 2-man squad for the remainder of this game. Let's go over to Hyper here, making their way towards Potato Hill near school apartments, and they are going to be getting some information on the squad in front of them. Big spray connecting from Hasi, but no knock will ensue as they are still looking to rotate. They're still in the circle for this next circle as it does pop. And currently, I mean, Potato Hill is going to be looking like a very hot and contended location, Torix, so I would love to see Hyper go there and just hold it down for their current location to defend.
That is true, but I can see FaZe Clan getting those eliminations on them on the Severny region. But at the same time, A1, Aura Esports, now both of these guys are once again back to a face against each other. Sky Hora, he does not have any kind of a healing, nor he has any bandages to heal himself. But FaZe Clan, in the meanwhile, they get finally eliminated. Hora, Sky Hora, has the S12K. He's going to make one shot. That's going to connect, but not enough to take Navid out. Navid uses the Uzi, confirms Aura Esports out of the equation, and now they are in the top 12 so far. The top 2 contenders in the overall ranking are right now being eliminated from the match. Oh, no.
Chat, I have a question. Do you guys know who I need to talk to on A1 or on the side of Horror to make them stop hot dropping? I just want to talk. I just want to have a chill little conversation because it makes no sense. Okay, it's a bad drop to go for. Even if you do win the fight, realistically, Torix, and this is the biggest gripe I have with hot drops, is that sure, you might win the fight, you might get all the loot, but if you lose a single player, your chances of getting a win go down significantly. And like Horror, you have no players alive, then your chances of winning are 0. Okay, that was great analysis for me. But no, really, the hot drops do not make sense, and I would really like to see them stop it. But again, you only need to be top 16, so maybe they're just playing for the memes until the finals, where hopefully they'll play a little bit more serious on that front. But here we go. Fourth Thrive is actually going to be taking control of Potato Hill. I thought it might be the side of Hyper Torix, but Hyper seemed like we're a little bit slow to pull the punch, and Fourth Thrives will be the one to claim this mountaintop location.
That is true. So far, Fourth Thrive is definitely going to have that mountain location, but going to the spins as one, there's reviews, all the 4 players right now alive. Not a single fight they haven't sued up upon themselves, but on the other side, Cole, CelcomDigi Alliance. We have to see, after that initial fight against the 7th element, how well are they going to go up against the rest of the teams? Because, ooh, that is a decent shot with the 4 times. He just gets that pixel, makes some shots connection, and after that, he went straight into the cover. So with a 2-man, you definitely have your disadvantages with all the fights that you have to take care. But at the same time, for the longer range fights, I think it's a decent choice to, at least get those damages done upon on the player, so they will have like less of their arsenal, less of their at least healing factors.
Get that damage done. That's all you want. Looking at the side of Alliance still again, as we saw earlier, did get himself 4 early eliminations while using Kasim. That's what I do to you, Torix, when we play Ultimate Royale. I love flashing my teammates, but flashing myself, that's a... It's a bit of an L. It's not the best way if you want to troll your teammates, but they are going to be holding down the position of Farm. Farm is actually not bad to defend as a 2-man team because it's not a position I would say a lot of people are going to send it to early on unless the circle shifts to it in the last 2 to 3 circles. So they should be relatively safe. But here we go, Navid, the sole survivor of A1. As he's going to try and make his way out of Yasnaya, hopefully get some extra placement points. Falak, though, going to be spotted out by playoff spins that love this terrain. They were doing so well around the side of Potato Hill last game on ERANGLE. But Team 4 Thrives tried to send it forward as Falak gets flushed away, but they were ready to seek vengeance for their fallen comrade. As now Noki looking for the spray down, does get some decent damage. He has 3 nades. It might be time to use a grenade as Frankie joins the fray with that nade in hand. I feel like Noki's going to be in a world of trouble. The nade's coming on through. Is it going to be on point? Yes, it is! Ooh. As Noki is going to be knocked on down. T24 might be able to go for the res there, but not. Actually, T24 is a sole survivor. IQ also got knocked. And he's going to try and make his way back, and he does get picked off spins to win the fight flawlessly against the side of 4 Thrives.
That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate for 4 Thrives at this point. They get early elimination, early exit this time around, too. With not a decent number of elimination or the points, just the 3 eliminations in this match, 21 total points. This is not looking good for them. They are on the hashtag number 14 in the overall ranking. This is one thing that needs to be considered on these players, but they still have the tomorrow day for their matches, so it still can be done. It still can be done. They can definitely come into the top 10. But going to the XOTICS TKS, we are seeing all the 4 players right now trying to get inside of that circle. On the other side, there's the Team Chronicles as well. But oh my god, the circle is definitely going to take a shift. And I can see the northern side, northeastern side, in fact, the mansion area. Completely.
Why did you say, oh my god, the circle didn't shift yet? He's like, oh my god. Now he can say, oh my god. Say it. Go.
No, because at this point, if the circle had taken a hard shift, Max, to the mansion area, every single team would have straight up ran inside of it. And judging from the factor how well the shelter area is contested, I think it will really be a hassle for all of the teams.
Oh my god, but yeah, sorry, you must be hard casting with me, Torix. I love making fun of you sometimes. It's just my favorite thing. It's just so fun. But it does go over then to the shelter area, the mill to power, and also the lumberyard hilltop. That's going to be held down by one of the squads over to the east, so that's going to be quite hard to contend for. Navid also leaving Yasnaya, got himself a car, so he's going to try and find a decent spot to hide and hopefully get a few placement points in the process. You're getting pretty close to getting good placement points, so Navid might not have to survive for too long. As 7 Short Esports also going to be looking for a compound. He was right next to it. Does he know it's free? Oh, he knows it's free. There we go. Makes a little bit of a U-turn, crashes into the wall, and this compound is now going to be property of SANHOK Esports.
It definitely is for right now, but looking at Meter Shot XTKS, they're still on their way inside of that circle. Even after all of that struggle, even with all those cars, they have still yet not managed to get out of the blue damage. But Team Chronicles, right now, at the top side of the mountain areas, and I don't think this is a good idea, a good choice to like stay here for much longer. But right now, as you have the circle, as you have a decent position, I think yes, you have the opportunity that you can stay here for a tad bit longer. But there we go, Meter Shot finally getting inside that, outside that blue zone. But there's still a big hurdle. They still need to get inside of that safe zone. They are filling up their cars. So far, Sober is there. There's the Pikachu. There's the Universe. There's Joker. And 2 eliminations. I did not realize that before, that Meter Shot Esports had 2 eliminations before. But 7 Shores, right below the Team Chronicles angle. This can either be a really decent position for the 7 Shores, or Team Chronicles is going to have an easy time against them.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that they got eliminations Meter Shot on the 2 remaining players of FaZe. I think they chased it down before going for their rotation near Everest. So that might be... I've been onto the side of FaZe. I mean, FaZe right now eliminated, so there's definitely a chance that was the case on the map earlier. But we do have 5 teams eliminated then. FaZe, Horror, 4 Thrive, 7th Element, and I8. As things are going to be interesting. Oh, he's just squatting in the corner there for a second. But I actually like these positions that have been taken. Navid able to find himself. This Harry Potter tower is kind of mad. It was not taken. He was so lucky he is able to get himself a central position upon phase 3, about to go into phase 4 very soon. And he is actually sharing it with Choco from Spin. So, and there's a hovercraft. Okay, now they mean business. Now we're getting serious here, Torix.
Oh yeah, they're definitely, the teams is definitely meaning business at this point. But I just love the fact that none of these players are like, yeah, let's go for the fight. No, they're just chilling in the Harry Potter tower, just getting those shared, I'd say, the floors at this point. But look at the surrounding area into the minimap. There's at least 4 teams at the very 4 corners of the map. But Valerians, so far, they have the hovercraft. They have their like vehicles at this time. Once again, the northwestern side this time around is completely free for the teams, but the circle is going to take its shift to the shelter. Valerians needs to move. There's the team Chronicles that do need to like move a little bit to the shelter area. They can go underground in the shelter, but it might come and haunt you back at a later stage at this time. But TKS, Meter Shot, they started with Yasnaya, no? And now they're at the very eastern corner of the circle. When did that happen?
No clue, but it's happening. It's happening right now, I'll tell you that much, Torix, because it's going to be a lot of competition happening for those areas into shelter. Wide rotate from Valerians here, leaving Milta with the hovercraft, which again, if you guys have not played with the hovercraft, do it. It is insanely cracked, especially now with the repair gun you can use on your cars. It doesn't have any wheels, so you can just repair it to full HP, and it will be as good as new. But wide rotate east, that means they're going to maybe make their way into Lumberyard, which, as we saw earlier, was held down by one of the squads remaining in this lobby. So it could be a little bit of a rough transition for them. But if they do make it with that hovercraft, especially in a compound, right? We saw, I mean, compound's not really a compound, the side of shelter, but there's no real good defensive position near shelter. That hovercraft literally could just create a massive wall for the side of Valerians, and they could be popping off in the late game. So the hovercraft might be a really valuable currency for them to hold on to until the very last few minutes of the game.
That is true. If you save the hovercraft for the very last moment of the games, you definitely can have a really decent, at least a cover for yourself, and maybe even a tank that you can just get in the car to find out the hovercraft, to find out the positions of the surrounding enemies if they're like prone at that point. But Team XOTICS, they have their eyes on that tower. They have their eyes on that tower, and they've been looking at it for a long time. It makes me want to believe that they kind of want to push it up too, but they're just afraid of the fact that if they leave this compound, they might be getting surrounded from all the different sides. Everybody might be looking at them from that point onward. But CelcomDigi Alliance, we have to see after like their initial fight, they haven't even actually taken any other fights. And close to the shelter point that they are, it's an easy entry inside of that like shelter area. But there is another team. There are not one, but two different teams into the vicinity. On the other side, XOTICS have finally decided to fight in that Harry Potter tower. There we go. The Molotov went up. The grenades from what? XOTICS themselves are coming and getting them knocked out. This is not the way to go. This is not the way to go. XOTICS, Joker, and Roy are the only two guys that are right now surviving, given the revival. But he's not given the revive, but nobody. I'm more concerned about nobody because he is so far away from his team members.
And most importantly, the circle is going to be closing in 1 minute and 35 seconds, so they still have time to go and pick him up and go for the res, but that means that you're allowing the teams ahead of you to reposition, and you can see they are currently moving to get possibly an even better angle down onto XOTICS, though there's going to be a fight happening in Lumberyard here, and we can see Torix is going to be Valerian's taking a fight versus Batman and his teammates. It's just Batman. He's definitely the team leader of this squad. I would say this could be, for XOTICS, a great third-party opportunity. The western side is rough. All the teammates, all the teams are going to be ready in circle. This is a great opportunity to maybe also get eliminations, but carve your path into the circle itself. So I feel like this could be looking really good if we do see XOTICS try and pull the trigger on this pivotal fight for them.
That is true. That is true. But flanky. This single grenade can either mean that you're going to rush upon on the Chronicles or not. And the answer to that question will be on a no. But Hasib is trying to find out the players. He definitely sees the smoke in the vicinity. And that is one of the reasons he did not decide to rush upon in that smoke blindly, because he knows that if there's a car, if there's any kind of a blockage, it's definitely going to be getting to harm him up at that time. But Batman alongside of Zeon, look at this Chronicles, there's Emo getting knocked out, there's Captain, there's the band player with the S-Wolf in hand, but Joker S1 getting Valerians down back to back with the DBS in hand. It's definitely going good for the team of Chronicles at this time, but Hasib finally gonna get taken down. He is knocked out. Someone needs to get the revival as soon as possible. Band player healing himself. There's a Rick on the bottom side behind that rock with the M416, and the spray's ready, but the spray is not gonna help him as the headshots from the 3 times of band player gets him down.
How the hell do Valerians not have a single elimination? They've been just tearing through people on the southern side versus XOTICS. Now they're looking to leapfrog this fight of 7th Shore Esports, and here we go. That's going to be the squad wipe happening. GG, well played, Team Chronicles, as they do get sent back in 8th position out of the game. Hovercraft is going to be spotted out, though, taking a lot of damage. Might want to jump out, though. XOTICS are going to be relentless on that spray down, and the hovercraft, it's done and dusted. It has exploded, which still does offer a little bit of cover if you do make it over to the hovercraft. The Team XOTICS now, they still have 4 players. I'm really surprised, actually, Torx, they did not lose a player while getting chased down by the hovercraft of the side of Valerians. But now, without a car, just a lot of utility and resources and players. They still have 4 alive again. But 7 Shore Esports will be the thorn in their side. They really need to get rid of here, Torx. If they want to move in circle, you need to eliminate 7 Shore Esports right here, right now, if you want to have a chance at survival. It bounced off of him. Wait, what?
Yeah, that bounced right off his head this time. Yeah. He survived because of his helmet and his head.
This is why you hear helmet, guys.
This is why you should always wear a helmet. But we have another team getting eliminated with 4 eliminations. There's still 5 teams. And I can see 4 of them. But where's the 5th one? Maybe outside of the circle. But so far, Team XOTICS versus 7 Shores, they are definitely going to go for that fight. The grenades are definitely cooking up on the players, but nobody's taking enough damage to get knocked out at this point. There's Mafia, there's Rick. Both of these guys at least needs to heal themselves back to the 75% HP. And I can see the 5th team at the very corner of the northwestern side of the map. They need to move inside of that circle as soon as possible too. But so far, it's the same situation for the 7 Shores as well. They are not inside of that circle. They are not in a really good spot. They're not in any good spot at all because they move up from this ridge. They're going to be an easy target for the team of Chronicles at this time. XOTICS, in fact. But 7 Shores Esports, they are not giving up. TKS, meter shot. They get to knock out. There's the 7S Mafia. Skies back-to-back. That 2-player getting down. They're super low on that HP as Rix gets taken down as well. It's all up to the single guy. That is Zeon. And Captain, he's cooking. He's cooking that grenade. But is that grenade gonna cook Zeon up? The answer is no. He misses his shot. He misses his grenade. And at this time, all the players are kind of like getting in a really big tussle because this circle shift has made everyone on their feet. Now everyone needs to go as soon as possible in that circle. Otherwise, it's a bad factor. It's completely in for you.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tough here because that means that the Harry Potter Tower and the Hovercraft have been taken out of the equation. It's not in circle anymore. You're seeing so many teams trying to avoid Valerian's spot of that Harry Potter Tower, which is really smart. I especially love what was happening for the side of XOTICS. Trying to dodge that fight. They initially had a 2-2 split, regrouping fully on that position to fight over to the east onto Meter Shot. But here, they're getting decimated. They lost 1, they lost 2. It's down to now just also Universe on the side of Meter Shot. Maybe can get the res onto Joker, but yeah, unfortunately for a lot of the teams, it seemed like they're just able to get spotted out by Demon Esports that have just been chilling over to the west, Torix. Clearly, they've not been competing versus too many teams. Sure, they do have 5 eliminations, but as of these late-game circle shifts, it's been a pretty standard, straightforward rotate for them. So now it's a 3-man squad against pretty much 3 solos, a 3v1, v1v1. This is looking like a game that Demon Esports should be taking home, but as of right now, they do not quite have circle priority, and these angles could definitely cause their demise, just like Captain as he peeks over from the Harry Potter Tower.
Oh no, this was not a move to be done right now. But Captain, you do need to move inside of that circle as soon as possible too, because the circle has taken the shift, and the stage number 8, it's definitely going to hurt you a lot. There's Exotic down, there's a TKS Meter Shot staying alive. Wait a second, they are still alive, and the guy, that is Universe, alive. It's 6 individual kills and a total of 9 kills for the team. It is basically a 1 versus 3 against the team Demons at this point, but
all those
Meter Shot, yeah, all those grenades, but not a single connection. But there we go, Valerians, the last guy. Captain has finally been eliminated by the hand of team Demon Esports, and Demon Esports with the 6th elimination. They're looking for their 7th. They are trying to figure out where the 7th elimination of there is. And here we go. The players have finally decided to rush. The S12K is definitely going to do the damage, but the player actually got out of the car early on. No, this is not how it should happen. But where's the car go?
Where's the car go? Wait, what? Did he get pushed by a net? Harry Potter! Wingardium Leviosa! Demon is now going to be behind that tree. Good spray down, hits a headshot. Able to maybe get the double spray down, but it's not going to be coming on through, unfortunately, for Meter Shot. And that will be Demon Esports to secure themselves the 3rd chicken dinner of the day as we reach the halfway point of day number 2.
I need some answers from
happened to the car?
everybody. Yeah, exactly. I need some answers at this point. Where did the car go? Because I clearly saw it explode, and I don't think that you can use a grenade to throw away a bursted car at the very least. But Demon Esports, nonetheless, they have their chicken dinners. No matter the circumstances, 7 eliminations in total, so 17 points that they have managed to secure for themselves. It's a great start for this team. And because it's their first day of the action too, so getting a really decent start with the chicken dinners, it's definitely a decent move at this point. But Smexy, 0 eliminations. I don't know if it's a Cyber OP or because I don't think so. You're supposed to put out Cyber OP. 1 elimination. There is a Tracer with a 3. There's Assassin with a 3. A total of 7 eliminations and a decent amount of damage too. Every single player has done their part, done their job into like their own roles, and a total of 7 eliminations gets them the chicken dinner.
Yeah, there's going to be a big win here coming way for Demon Esports. Though, if memes by KNAT is in the chat, I need a meme about that car disappearing into thin air, because that's still one of the biggest mysteries in life is going to be what the hell happened to that one. But here we go, 9 grenade eliminations. We saw a lot of grenade elims coming on through Torix. It was a very pivotal piece of utility from a lot of the buildings that were left open. It was down to like mostly Harry Potter towers, or the sniper towers, some people call them also, which were just easily nadeable. And as we go for the head-to-head graphic here, it's going to be the side of Meter Shot versus Demon Esports with no 10 eliminations for the side of Meter Shot. Sure, they don't go the entire way, but very importantly so, when we do look at some of the players, right, the last player of Meter Shot not only allowed the team to get a bunch of extra eliminations, he survived long enough as a solo to push his team from top 5, top 6 to a 2nd place while also getting a few eliminations along the way. He was doing so much heavy lifting to assure that Meter Shot not only, I would say, have a good game here, Torix, but this is such a good performance, in fact, that this game alone might just be like, yeah, you're in top 16, you qualified for the finals because you already had enough points even before this match alone.
That is true. That is true. I'd say this is the actual play to go for every single one of these teams that they need to do, but there's still a lot of more matches to go for, at least today, and 3 more matches are still to go. We're officially at the halfway point of the day number 2 as well, so from this point onward, any team that still hasn't done their job perfectly at this point, they haven't got any good performances, now is the time to step back up. But 7 eliminations for Octane. He's the MVP of the match with 939 damage, 0 assists, 27 minutes of survival time, 3 knockouts, and 435 of the heal. Really decent number of the elimination, because I don't think so individually. I'd say calling 7 eliminations individually is a huge thing in an esports lobby at the very least, against all of these giant names. It's a good job. It's a job well done by Octane, but he's the top player. After that, after him comes Roy with 4, there's Joker with 3, there's Luck with the 3 as well, and last but not the least, it is Navid with the 3 eliminations as well.
Yeah, I mean, Universe, we have to also talk about him, right? He was making sure that the team got 2nd place in the first place for Meter Shot. But yeah, Octane, the conversion rate from 939 damage into 7 eliminations is incredibly high too. So that means it's not like he was stealing a bunch of knocks of other teams and he's just been super sneaky about it. No. He was actually involved in the conversation a majority of this match, even early on, fighting versus FaZe near shooting range / Saverni, and getting a lot of work done. Though over to also XOTICS, you're going to have Roy and Joker, which I love the way they played it. I think the circle was very unforgiving to XOTICS, unfortunately. But yet, they were dealing really well with the pressure versus the side of Valerians. There was also the side of 7short Esports. Dodging the fight also near the Harry Potter Tower once we did see the side of Valerians cross on over there with the hovercraft. And then they just, okay, the circle moved on north. We're just going to wide wrap to the east into the side of Meter Shot, which of course they were not successful in that transition because there were too many teams looking at that fight while it was unfolding. But the whole idea and the execution for me was really solid. So sure, they might not win the game, but in my opinion, XOTICS definitely have showed true proficiency as to how they approach these kind of matches. With that said, of course, Demon Esports going to be winning this game, Torix, with a total of 17 points, 7 of those being eliminations. I do wonder how high that is now going to put them over on the rankings.
That is true. That is true. We still have to see the overall ranking to determine where they're going to stand from this point onward. But going from the very bottom of the chart this time around, I'm really glad to see at least all of the teams getting some of the points. We are not seeing any 0 at the very least this time around. HyperX Ruler, they're on the bottom side with 1 elimination, 1 total point at the very least. So this is a good job. It's a job well done. But aside from that, Max, this was the match number 9. Officially, the half day is done of the day number 2. So, at least group, I'd say B, you don't have that many matches. You only have 3 more matches. You only have 3 more chances to get your safer, at least position done on the overall charts. But right now, guys, we have to take a short break, so you guys enjoy the highlights.
And we are back. I just barely got back. I got some water real quick. We had to speed run that one. But we are getting ready for our fourth match. Wait, match 1, 2, 3. Yeah, match number 4 of the day. It's going by so quickly today, Torix. And this is going to be the last Erangel. Unfortunately, I won't be covering any Miramar because after this game, Red Queen should be back on the board with Torix to bring you the action. I see she's in chat right now. She's moderating you guys, so be polite, okay? Be nice to Red Queen. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with me. I'm not very threatening. I know I'm not very scary. But yeah, match number 4. It's going to be a fun time here, Torix. And really, I'm intrigued to see the leaderboards because, as you said before, heading into the break, it's the last few matches here for the teams of Group B. So they're really going to have to go extra hard in these matches if they're not looking comfortable already in the rankings.
That is true. They have to really go hard in at least these next 3 matches if they want to secure their decent spot into the top 16. At least you need a top 8 position to actually survive the next day, where the rest of the teams are gonna like try to take out your spot for themselves. So should we head over and see what the rankings are, the top players and everything? Overall top players are on our screen. It is that guy number 3, that guy number 4, that guy number 2. At the very least, 3 of the 4 players of the FaZe clan in the overall top ranking. 17 eliminations for that guy 3, 4, 15 for that guy 4, and we have Sky in the middle of both of these players now at the 14 eliminations. Tabani Esports, then comes that guy 2 with 15 once again, and last but not the least, it is Octane from Metershot Esports at 2400 damage. We have successfully crossed over all the 2000 damage markers.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. Sleepy was up there before the previous game, and it seems like he's been kicked out. He had 12 eliminations. I don't think he got too many last game because, guess what? It's been a hot job happening versus A1, which I keep saying they should not happen. But we did have an insane clutch from Sky. I believe it was a 1v3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So, well, not 1v3. He got 3 eliminations. He had his teammates nearby. But he did do a lot of the heavy lifting there in that engagement. But unfortunately, Navid was just a little bit too quick for him to catch. But yeah, it's good to have a player of horror up there. But 3 players off FaZe is still crazy. But we do have to also keep in mind, it kind of makes sense, Torix, because FaZe have played so far every single match of the playoffs, which means that they should fall off normally tomorrow unless they have an insane performance for the remainder of today in the next 3 matches. But where's that guy 1? That's my real question, Torix. Like, we have the 3 guys that have number 3, 4, and 2 in their name, and the guy who's called that guy number 1 is not there. What the hell? The branding's off, man. We got to fix it. Oh, yeah, for sure. I feel like we're going to see some teams just like 141 versus 4MV that made them quit the tournament. We might see more of that action kind of happening later on down the line. The interesting fact, it's so fun to see that DRS, despite not playing today, are still in 5th position. And they're 3 matches behind a lot of the teams in the first page of the rankings. That is kind of madness that we have seen that happen for DRS. That shows how good a first day of play they actually had. Same for Knockout Esports, also currently standing in 7th position, despite only playing 6 matches total. But looking on the second page, again, that's where we need to really focus our attention. 7th element currently is the cutoff point, and they only played 3 matches, which means the other teams below them, like RZ, RTG, Unbeatables, they need to have a really good performance tomorrow, because as of right now, being already caught up to by 3 matches alone by a lot of the teams that did not play yesterday, that is a very, very scary prospect, and they need to make sure that tomorrow they come in guns blazing if they want to make it to the finals.
Well, that is true. That is true. Tomorrow is going to be the judgment day for all of these teams that have not played today. That is not playing today, and I'm talking about the group in number A. Group number A, you got a lot of work to do tomorrow. You definitely got a lot of work to do tomorrow, because it's going to be your final chance to get into the top 16 and move into the grand finals. Only the top 16 contenders are moving. Remember this, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, once again, it is the final Erangel of the day. For the group number B, it is going to be the very final Erangel. the Group B. Okay, number B.
Yeah.
My bad on that.
I mean, B kind of looks like an 8. You know, I can get the confusion, but it's number B. Letter 3. It's gonna be...
Letter 3.
So I'm making so much fun of you, Torix, but we love the banter on the show. It's fun. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what's going to be happening for our last Erangel for the teams of Group B here.
So it's going to be the last. This is the battleground where they're the most proficient. And this is going to be a one single shot. Just one single opportunity to do well, bring home maybe a or at least a short shot. At the end of the plane, up and start in the middle of the island.
That is true. That is definitely true. It is the military base island. That's going to be the end of this plane line. But the hard eastern corners, the Yasnaya Poliana, is no longer accessible with just a parachute. If you want to go there, if you want to go for the Yasnaya or the eastern sides, you definitely need some transportation, your vehicles at this point. So maybe some of the teams will be fighting like yesterday at the garages. Oh, I do want to see some of those garages action. Yes, those knife actions where everybody was... constantly ramming those knives into each others. But aside from that, let's see if there is going to be any kind of like a hot spot, hot drop area. But the circle is definitely going to take a northern side shift. Not that north, but I'd say majority of the players are definitely going to be inside of the circle. They're definitely going to be chill.
It's going to be island military base, so that could be quite interesting to see how it unfolds. He's going with a machete. There's no way Jiggle gets it. Oh my word, onto Rowdy. Goes for the flush right after. Deathstorm also with a machete versus No Fear gets it done. What? Are they just so undiluted? This fight is absolute madness between A1 and Horror. They're not even in Yasnaya Poliana. They're not even in the city they like to drop and fight into. No, they just couldn't make it because of the plane path. And this time around, A1 bite the dust as Horror get himself 4 eliminations while losing a single player in the process.
Oh my god, but look at the 7th element too. They are taking those knife fights to the next level as well. They are getting those eliminations for their name, but going back to the Horror Esports.
Why? Stop fighting! He's on the roof!
Oh my god! He flew away! He is gone, but he's still alive. He still survives. Horror Esports, on the other hand, not surviving too much, as Jiggle is the final guy. DBS versus 1897, the pump action versus the DBS. The action goes on as both of the players tries their level best with the shots. The DBS wins it out. Seven Shores wins this fight, gets those 3 eliminations, and Horror Esports with the first initial elimination of the 4 elims that they had. It's over for them in this match as well.
Horror fans, I'm so sorry. You can't support your team these last 2 games. They just go out early. But they're not given a break. Like, they win a fight versus A1. And then Seven Shores like, sit down. Back to lobby you go. We don't like you. It's like, what? Seven Shore? What did they do to you? Jesus. They just chased them down. Like, it's none of their business. But okay, back to this fight. I believe it was also happening last game. So it seemed like we're not really seeing any hot drops fixed currently. 7th element versus the side of Alliance. And actually, we are seeing the M249 being used here by Kasim of Alliance, which we did talk about a little bit yesterday, right, Torix? How that weapon is pretty much cracked right now in his current patch update. Does the same damage as an AKM with 150 bullets, which is kind of mad.
That is true. That is true. It does a lot of damage now, and getting into that M249 or even with the rush, the players can basically just slam that fire button up and just rush upon you. You have nothing to do at this point. But 7th element doing a really good job. They got that first elimination on the players as well. But so far, Celicom, I don't think they're going to over-aggress the situation, but no. Come on, Teddy Bear. You're not supposed to go up there. You have been found. You have been spotted, and now you have nowhere to go. Nowhere to go because that tower, even though it gives you a really good advantage, that's only when nobody knows. Not a single player knows that you're there.
Oh my word. I'm looking back at the chat, seeing how they react to that early fight that was happening with a Horror. I'm really excited to see the chat's answer and response to it. But with that said, things are slowing down a little bit. This is a compound where you have decent car spawns all around it, especially on the northern side for Alliance. If they want to get cars, they should be fine and able to leave. But it seems like the other side of 7th Element are the ones that are going to be finding the cars, so they're going to be the one to extract themselves out of the compound, out of the fight. Always love to see a team being passive early game. It's definitely the correct approach. Though Phase 1 has started to close. As you know, Torix, we did have a few teams on the more southern edge of the map, like the side of Red Saints, Valerians, that are going to have to try and leave that position relatively soon. Same for Fairy Pier position of I-8. So, yeah, a few teams. They still have a lot of time. Again, you have almost 4 minutes of looting time before you initiate your rotate. It's cool, but there's one issue I have, Torix, that I want to see what your thoughts on this are. We saw Phase 1 is pretty much split on the river, which, that, as we know, that could always be a pain for these teams to deal with.
That is true. Going to split at this point in time, I don't think it's a good idea too. And we all know that, Max, you know for a fact that I do I do want everyone to stay together for the very early stages, not go for too long for the 2 split angles, even though it does give you a little bit of momentum on the loot. But if there is anybody even remotely close to you, you're kind of like completely stranded there. Gets knocked out, it's a completion, it's a direct finisher off you. And you can see the FaZe clan right now, the 2 players, they have the cars, they have their like vehicles at the very least, but that guy number 2, he's gonna pick at least one of his team members up, and after that I don't think he has any other like vehicles to get the 4th player up into the vicinity as well. But we have Incredibles, Ghost, there is Wipe, there is Who, there's Heist, and the one elimination in Pachinki. This is something new. They did get those eliminations while they were trying to rotate out in the area, but aside from that, not a single fight that has been done after the first initial 2 complete team knockouts elimination.
I just realized, Torix, so we have FaZe, right, that have 4 players called that guy 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have a player called Nobody, and we have a player called Who. How the hell are we supposed to know who these guys are? It's so confusing, these names. I hate it. Oh, I hope it will not be the same names in PMSL. There's a chill guy. Yeah, there's a chill guy too. I mean, chill guys, I feel like I'm okay with chill guy. Like Who and Nobody. Come on, we have to have some better names getting picked, guys. We need to fix it. 7th Element, though. Actually, Teddy Baby on the Sniper Tower. Quite unorthodox. You don't see that position being used too early on, Torix, because if the position is given away, you lose that surprise factor, and they're going to be very careful to not peek that kind of angle where you could get a shot on him. So it's interesting, but I don't think it's going to be as impactful as they would like to. It might be just to give information to the rest of his team. Now, information-wise, it's definitely working out for the squad, but I think he knows, yeah, I don't have quite the good enough angle. Going to drop on down, makes it over onto the bar, and he takes 0 full damage because that is what you call parkour. Hell yeah.
That definitely is a parkour that he did. He saved himself at least a couple of seconds right there. But now, once again, CelcomDigi Alliance, they are back to the 2-man that they were like in the previous match. But this time around, the things are not looking good for them as Aleon closes in with the Molotov in hand from the backside. Olyo, he is low on that HP. Kasim, he has the 1897. He can use the pump action shotgun to get that knockdown done, but no, he gets the damage, he gets the knockout, and it all is up to Olyo. There is a Molotov on the upper floor. He needs to move as soon as possible. Back to the upper floor he goes. He uses the bandages at the same time. Gets a nade. Get a nade in this compound at the very least, but they're going with the flash. He is completely blinded. There goes the players. He's constantly shooting and knifed up, but no. Shamir gets that knife, but I love the fact that X got knocked out even in that flash.
Bro, this tournament is hilarious. It's so weird, man. I don't know what's going on. They're just memeing at this point. Again, you need to make it in top 16. So some team like 7th Element with their performance so far, they're looking pretty comfortable to make it to the finals. And they're just memeing. They're having a good time, Torix. You know what? I'm having a good time. I hope you're having a good time. I'm sure the team's having a good time. I hope the viewers are having a good time because this is just pure entertainment. You know what? I would pay more than I pay for Netflix to watch this again. This is better than Netflix.
Absolute cinema right here, guys.
Exactly.
Right here, ladies and gentlemen. But Aside from that, I don't think so that, we are going
The
to see any
drift.
kind of fights. But yeah, that drift definitely caught my attention midway. But spins, so far, 4 players, all of them have their cars, all of them have their transportation. Incredible has left the Pachinki side as well. Now going to the Watertown outskirts, the squad house. 2 they go. And a decent holding position. But look at that. There's already another team into the same vicinity. 4T, 4 Thrives are closing in. The rest of the players closes in. It's a little bit tad late grenade, but who? Come on! You had that opportunity to use the gun, but no. In a single instant, 3 of the players of the Team Incredibles are right now down and dusted. It's all up to Vipe to wipe the squad out of the 4T, but that single grenade might not be enough to get that thing done.
Pakistan on fire with that 4th rise breach. So damn quick. Wipe will get cleaned off by Phallic. And that's going to be the compound under their control. Noki Shaw does go out in the process. But that was so quick the way they executed that, Torix. They just make it in. T24 OP in particular was so pivotal for the initial successful breach in the first place. So crazy, crazy stuff happening, man. Pakistan and back on the board. Love that breach coming down for 4 Thrives. So here we go, Spins looking to take control of the western high ground edge of Rozhok. I would even say, yeah, that little 3-tier building here that we are seeing one of the players of Spins go towards is going to be a great spot to get information on 4 Thrives and all possible late game rotating teams. It's always a really good scouting ground. So I do love that Frankie's also going to try and join up over in that position. Though, as we have a little bit of a more chill time as we get slowly closer to phase 3, one thing I do have to say, Torix, we haven't seen the M79 used up too much, I believe, unless it, like, I just think it's a smoke that's coming out, but I haven't seen it used as much as I would think.
That is true. We haven't seen I haven't seen it after a single match yesterday that where the player had the M79. Aside from that, we do have seen a lot of these car repair guns being used yesterday at the, I'd say
on the hovercraft.
On the hovercraft, there we go. I completely forgot about its name, but aside from that, now it's being used on the supercar. Players have their preferences. So far, it has been 12 minutes into the game, and already 4 of the teams have completely been annihilated out of the equation, out of the game. Demon Esports, the last match, Chicken Dinner Takers, now at the Rozhok. Close to them is going to be Spins S1, but the fight, will it ensue? Will it begin? This is the bigger question. As Team Spin S1, they're trying to get their positions into the Rozhok as well, cemented into the Rozhok. I don't think that Demon Esports is a good choice right now at this point to take that third-party fight, unless the players are kind of getting aggressed upon.
As of right now, they are going to be somewhat in a standoff situation, just waiting out, getting some info. There you go, Spins again from the high ground of Rozhok. I love the devs of this game. Whoever put that one tree in that way, every time again I build him, like, I can't scout because of that bloody tree. It's just, it annoys me. It's just perfectly positioned to just stop you from scouting and get information on the 4 Thrives compound every time. It's just such a pain to deal with. But so far, Spins again, one of the biggest surprises for me so far this tournament, from what I've been able to witness, they've been having some really good plays, especially third parties. I think they're a very opportunistic team in the first 3 matches of today, and we've seen that a few times here, especially in that big send over on the northern side of Rozhok. They definitely have a really strong plan in mind, and I'm intrigued to see how they're going to try and execute it. But we are now just 35 seconds away from phase 3, as the circle is going to be slowly ramping up the heat in this lobby. As XOTICS here find himself a crate. Is an MG3 the best weapon in the game?
Come on.
What are you taking?
Get
What
us
is
an
it?
MG3. Nope, he's not taking
he didn't
anything.
take a weapon.
He just took that helmet and the vest. Did not take that weapon. Maybe it's an MK14. You never know. But there we go. Nobody alongside of Daniel decided to take Batman down. They are going for the confirmation, but Max, I think the circle might go to the hard northern side, Severny region. I really want it to go over there, but no, I'm completely wrong. It's going to go to the very dead center. The Rozhok is definitely going to be inside of that circle as well right now. Spins S1, you have a really decent position. 4 Thrives, they have a really decent position as well. But the teams that are surrounded to the eastern corner, like 7S, there's the team VX, XOTICS, there's the Q1. I think they might be getting into some kind of like a tussle, trying to get inside of that circle maybe.
Little bit of a tussle. Could be happening. Though it would be fun to see a Rozhok finish here. It could be definitely happening. You also School in the area, which could be a point of contention for some of these squads. Oh, I think he's got an angle there for a second. Oh, no, just trying to pop the wheels. Good stuff. Always love to pop the wheels on the cars if you can. It's a supercar. I hope you have insurance for that. As there you go, gets in a car. Does actually hit one of the bullets for a split second there, as we see 7th Element also making it into Mini Pachinki. They're going to be holding down this compound, hide the car inside the warehouse. Able to facilitate that transition later on down the line. But i8 Esports, here we go. They're finally up to a 4-man team, by the way. I didn't even realize, Torix, they were down to 2 players in the first game. The next 2 games down to 3. But now they finally have a full squad playing. So maybe a chicken dinner for i8 could be upon the horizon. Ooh.
It definitely is possible right now, but Team Chronicles closing out of this equation as Hasaki gets that first elimination on the side of the Team Chronicles. Team Chronicle is kind of like forced to retreat out of this fight from this point onward because they don't want to lose any more than they have to. 15 minutes into the game, Demon, there's the Spin S1, there's the 7 Shores in the vicinity. Now 3 teams, in fact 3 teams are in the Rozhok side. There's a full team, 2 full teams, and there's a duo in the middle of that. That is the 7 Shores. 12 teams. Nobody's making any kind of moves. This is the third stage that has happened at 16 minutes in. And I kind of want to see for how long all of these teams can survive without getting into a fight, without like losing another team. For how much further can we go, like stage-wise?
We'll have to see how that's going to unfold. Here, Demons Esports, the team who made a card disappear out of thin air. I still want to know how that happened. I don't know if anyone's got a theory. I think it was a grenade and maybe pushed it out of the way, but that was, it was still very surprising. Spins, again, this building is just incredible scouting-wise. They're getting so much information while not really putting themselves at too much risk. But you're going to see a big northern rotate. That cross over the river is going to be a big, major point of contention for these squads. I think, Torix, we're going to see them have to send it over. But with where spins are looking, the eastern side is busy. The western side is busy with also the side of 4th Thrives. Every entry point is pretty much occupied or defended by a team. So if you're up north, if you're like a Hyper, if you're an i8, that rotate, I really want to see what your game plan is going to be, because that is not going to be an easy move to make and to survive as a full squad.
That is true. This is not an easy move right there to survive. But aside from that, 7th Element, look at this. In the kill feed, they managed to get one of the players of the Valerians down. Teddy Bear now moving back into a safer side. This is a really decent job well done after the knock. They know that they can't get the finisher, so why not change the position up? Emo, he gets finished up. The circle is about to take a shift as well. And Rozhok, it goes. Still, there's the main building of the school. The main school building is still inside of that circle. So there is a slight chance that it might take a hard shift to the southern side. But if it does, Max, just look at all this like open area where the 7th Element has their hands up right now.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy one. i8, though, going to be crossing the bridge. Spins is going to be seeing that rotation unfold. I think i8 could actually go towards the garden area a little bit to the east of Rozhok. There's actually a few decent high-ground compounds, which is where they're going, but they do lose Pretam on the transition. Very unfortunate, but actually losing one player with such a tough transition to pull off, I think that's not too bad a trade-off. I would say that's a win for i8, but they're back to the 3-man team they were in the last 2 matches, unfortunately. As now that at least gets some information, Asaki will go for the spray down with his trusty M4. Not going to get too much done, but at least making it known that we are here. Do not push us. We are ready to fight. Trying to make a statement in the process as he gets spotted out and shut down by Revius of Spins. Not the way to go, as 7th Element also taking their own fight on the southern edge of the map.
Well, that is true, but oh, come on. That guy number 3 gets knocked out. That guy number 1 is down as well. Shamir is going to have another elimination, but instantly from the backside, that guy number 4 is going to take Shamir out. That guy number 2 is going to take Alian out too. So it's all up to Teddy Bear. Teddy Bear, you need to get that revival as soon as possible. There's constantly shots going on the 7th Element side. There is the Team Exotic getting those eliminations, stealing those eliminations for themselves, but oh my god, calm down everybody with those stunts. Everybody's doing some kind of stunts with their cars. Valerian right now, captain, did a really good job. He made sure he Bambazzled as the guy with the stun and instantly used that DBS upon on the player, get those eliminations. Seventh Element is out of the match. We are down to the top 9 teams from 12 all the way up to the 9 within a single split circle shift. It's a huge number. It's a huge shift going on. 31 players are right now alive, with ASI having 3 of their players and a decent position inside of that circle.
I love Team Exotics 2-2 split here, Torix. The way they're playing it, they got Skull and also Rozok Hill under their control. They're just keeping their options open for the late game. I feel like there's a very good chance they could go at least to a top 3 finish with that kind of position. Here we go, though. Philaren's getting naded to all hell, down to only Raze currently with his utility behind that hilltop. And he's going to be spotted from a distance, from Denial, over in the swimming pool building of Skull. And that is going to be the end of the road for them as they are out in 9th position now. 8 teams remaining on the battleground as we shift on over to phase 5. It moves away from Rozok. Rozok here was still in play though. But look how many teams here are still in Rozok, in the city. And they're going to have to fight each other to just try and survive. It's a mini Battle Royale in the Battle Royale itself. And there's only a few teams that will make it out of Rozok alive, I would have to say, Torix.
That is true. That is true. There's only going to be a handful of teams that's going to make it out of the Rozok at least alive. And there we go. Demon is actually trying to hold down all the players in the Rozok. They managed to get 1 knockdown. Thrives, 4 thrives. Your back tire is punctured. You are going for the reverse, but this could have been detrimental. You could have got knocked out backside. It's kind of covered right now, but now it's not. Now it's not. Team spins. S1 rams him down from that supercar. He got the premium knockout and a finisher right there. But the circle, oh my god, Max, I told you about this. Imagine the circle going all the way up into the barren land.
Oh, a headshot heal finish. This is not going to be a fun time. You definitely don't want to play center circle. Center circle is going to be just instant death at this point. I think you're just going to have so many teams looking your way. Though the big fight I'm currently going to be focused upon is going to be the fight for Rozok Hill. We are seeing IA also fighting Hyper. That's going to be another point of contention for some of these squads for their position. I want to see how our Team Exotic is going to hold down the 4. Here we go, though, over to the fight of IA8, over to the northeast of Rozok itself. Great opening nade knock onto Hyper. Can he get the flush, though, from an angle? I don't think so. That's also a good piece of utility being chucked on over. I do believe did a little bit of damage. It did indeed. Onto Jin 7. And here you go, another nade into the smoke. It's right on the money. And that's the flush, followed up with a knock of his teammate. And IA are looking to clean house here as they're looking for the final play of Hyper. And that is a squad wipe and a half. As now IA up to 4 eliminations and control all of the northeast of Rozok.
That is true. They have the northeast of the Rozok so far, but I don't think so. They're going to make it out. The circle is doing a lot of damage. The player is definitely going to not let them get out of this alive, but oh my god.
They made it!
Come on! They made it! Not only that, they're using the S12K, but instantly one player gets taken down. On the other side, Joker has also been taken down. There is no way that the players can like survive from the blue zone damage, so it's definitely ASI8 as they're getting out of the elimination equation. They are definitely doing a lot of damage on the side of the other teams as well. Exotic in particular, Joker and Nobody, both of them will be finished off by the play zone. But Roy, now he's throwing a grenade. It definitely did somewhat connect, but not enough that the player can get the knockdown or the confirmation. But they're trying. But what happened to Demon? Demon got eliminated.
Yeah, Spins actually went for one of the best third parties I've seen so far today. They saw this fight happening, Demons, Exotics, and also IA, and they're like, yep, this is a great opportunity. We cannot let this high ground position of Rozok unchecked. Otherwise, that off angle and that backstab is going to be way too severe for us to deal with later on down the line. And they took care of the issue while they still had the opportunity of doing so. But 9 eliminations for Team Exotics. Again, that 2-2 split they were playing earlier was so on point. I'm still impressed that I made it that far, Torix. That was really surprising. But they were able to clean up the house, clean up the hilltop. And now with the smokes, they're going to heal up, get into the car, and hopefully send it in a playable ridge or a playable little dip somewhere in the circle. But right now, the circle we can see is just purely flat. So it's going to be down to your terrain knowledge and see who gets there first to try and claim this chicken dinner.
That is true. It is up to the top 4 teams to at least get their hands into the chicken. First of all, they need to get inside of that circle as soon as possible. Spin this one, and I'm talking about you guys. The players are definitely trying, but Exotic, they're getting some shots. There's 4 thrives in the back that can potentially harm all of the spins S1 at this point, and at the same time Exotic. But Exotic, they got the finisher from the spin S1. The grenade did not make any kind of connections, but this can be detrimental for you because the spin S1, they have the other side of the small ridge, the small incision, but there we go. The grenades, it's definitely making hard work for the team of Fourth Rives at this point, as IQ is the final guy that is right now alive. Backside, Meter Shot is still alive. They are surviving from the past all of the matches. They are doing a really decent job at that, but 9 eliminations to the side of Spin S1. It's a really decent job well done for these guys as well, getting into the top 3. Imagine getting a chicken from this point onward, because every single team, I'd say, has almost like an equal chance. Fourth Rives, they have 1 player. There's the team Meter Shot with the 2 players, but oh no. Spins, Say he has found the players, but instantly he gets taken down. This is not looking good, but Frankie manages to get IQ out of the equation. That's 8 eliminations to the side of Fourth Rives before they get the finished off as well. But I'd say generally this is kind of like a good opportunity right now for the team Meter Shot, because it is actually a 2 versus 2, but now instantly change it to a 1 versus 3. This is all over for the Meter Shot as well.
Yeah, you can't snake like that. You need your teammate to take a spray while you're trying to rush forward. He needs to give you supportive fire. Spraying through the smoke. They don't see the universe actually made it a little bit closer to the ridge side, but he does get taken on down eventually by Frankie, and it will be Meter Shot who unfortunately go out a little bit too early and give the chicken dinner over to the side of Spins.
It is over. It is over. Spins gets the chicken dinner of the final wrangle of the day, and number 2. Beautifully done by these guys. And I think somewhere in the region, they managed to get 12 eliminations. I think that's the highest number that we have seen yesterday and today as well. 12, because majority of the time we have seen 9, maximum 10 eliminations, but 12 eliminations. That means 22 points to the name of Spins. This time around, it's a really great job. Well done. But overall, ranking-wise, this still has, I'd say, some decent positions to go over to, but 5 eliminations to Frankie. Reviews has 6 solo eliminations. Then we have Spins Chocos with 1. Kamran did nothing on the elimination side, but he did really a decent amount of damage at 189. Well done, but 961 damage. I want to talk about reviews. You see the 6 eliminations, but look at the knockouts this guy had. 8 knockouts throughout the game.
Yeah, he was maintaining continuous pressure on the lobby the entirety of this match. And their win was pretty much set up earlier on in the game, right, Torix? When you look at it, they sent it in Rozhok way earlier than anyone else in the lobby, and they were holding on to the western side, which is not only good as a defensive option, like it's really good to see teams coming in from the west or the northern side against I8 to get those shots and get the intel. It's also really good as a scouting ground to then facilitate your transition later on down the line. And because of that spot, they saw all the fights happening south of Rozhok in Rozhok Hill, and off the back of that information, make a really good call, send it near Rozhok Hill, and just start obliterating all the teams as they start fighting, and they go for the cleanest third party available. So really good stuff coming out from Spins. But Exotic, I mentioned a little bit earlier in this game too, their 2-2 splits in school and Rozhok Hill was so on point. And I feel like macro-wise, Exotic definitely stand out to me as like such a talented team. Whoever's IGLing for the squad, I gotta say, is doing a lot of work, because those call-outs, in my eyes, are something that I would expect to see from a team in a PMSL. That is how good Exotic have played macro-wise this tournament.
That is true. That is true. But Spin this one, it's still that name that's going to have the chicken dinner for the match at number 10, ladies and gentlemen. 2,045 damage, 8 knockouts, 12 eliminations, and total of 22 points. Comparison to the team that is getting 9 eliminations, even though they were not even remotely close to the top 2, I think top 3 positions. They were somewhere in the top 4, but still managed to get their names into the head-to-head at 13 total points. It is Spins S1's reviews with 6 elimination, 961 of a damage, 0 assist, 8 knockouts, and 295 of a heal. This guy has managed to secure himself into the MVP of the match. A job well done, because Max, we all know that MVPs are also going to get a decent amount of prize pool for themselves. So starting from this position, like starting from playoffs to practice for that, it's a job well done.
Yeah, it's about, I think it's 30,000
30K,
PKR, so that's
yeah.
about $100 that you're able to get if you are the MVP, which is nothing to be sniffed at. It's definitely going to be quite sizable if you're able to get it. But Revers, yeah, as you said, 6 eliminations, just below 1,000 damage, doing so much heavy lifting, followed up by Frankie, his teammate, also on spins. And then we have Falak of 4th Thrives, a nobody of Exotic, and Uzaifa again up there. He's been up there a few times for 7th element, so a good little widespread of players, but having Falak and Uzaifa up there, I'm not too surprised. Again, 2 players that you are looking from Pakistan to just dominate the battleground, and so far they are in fact living up to their their name. Well, their name, not really their name, to like their legends written about them. I don't know. I had a good way to formulate it and I lost it midway, but it's fine. Looking at the match rankings though, of course, 22 points will be secured by spins, and it goes down right away by 9 points down to Exotics in 2nd with 13, and also 4th Thrive in 3rd place with 13 points, also heading their way.
That is true. That's 13 points for 2 teams in a single match. And then we have MIRAMAR TKS getting that 2nd position. Definitely is going to help them with the consistency. Double-digit points still to their name as well. 10 points. ASI 8 managed to get 6, out of which 5 of those were off the elimination points. 7 Esports, they managed to get 6 total points. Their 7th element with a 6. Hora Esports with 4. 3 for Demon alongside of Valerians, 2 for Hyper Extra Rulers, 1 for Chronicle, J1 Arrow, Incredible, and FaZe Clan. Last but not the least, CelcomDigi Alliance, they did not manage to get even a single point in this game. So there's that. Only a single team is without a point at in this match, in the match number 10. So you only have 2 more matches to do some decent job for yourself if you want to secure a decent position for the day and number 3. Day number 3, it's going to be a chaotic one because the Group B, as we have already discussed, that the Group B is not going to be playing tomorrow. So you only have the rest of the 2 matches to do whatever you can to secure that top 16 position for yourself.
Yeah, if you're in Group B right now, you need to start putting points on the table if you want to hope to make in top 16 to head into the finals here of the Stallions Series, brought to you by Bloodmoon Esports and Tabani Esports. But yeah, it's an exciting set of games. We had 4 games. We have 2 more games remaining. They're going to be over on Miramar. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be there to cover those games. It's going to be brought to you by none other than Torix and Red Queen. So thank you so much for having me on the show today, guys. Red Queen should be back in just a few short minutes. So if you want to see that, stick around after these highlights.
Okay. You know what? I don't think, I'm not sure if you can actually hear me, Tarix, or like if you guys can hear me out there. I've missed a lot, you know, 2 games that I wasn't able to cast and join you guys, but amazingly, let's just try to, like fix some of the tech issues from my side because, well, I'm not hearing Torix. His amazing voice is not landing in my ears.
But aside from that, you
I
definitely
can
have to
hear
see that.
you.
Hey, we can hear
Oh
each other.
my
There
gosh.
we go. There we go.
Oh
We
my
finally have
goodness.
our audios right here. But going to the overall top players, it is that guy 3, that guy 4, that guy 2, but still not that guy 1 into the leaderboards. So Octane and Sky are still there, but Octane has finally decided to take up the spot of Sky from Hora Esports as he manages to secure 18 eliminations.
18 eliminations? Are you kidding me? This guy is definitely on fire. I mean, Octane. There is a reason why he put Octane as his name. Pretty much, you know, he can dominate and take down any opponent from inside the game. And just like what his name suggests, man, he's pretty fast on the triggers. All right, so here we go. You can see the overall top players on your screen. I do wonder which of these guys are actually your favorite. I mean, he put up what? How many points? 15 elimination points. Are they treating this whole tournament as a classic game, Torix?
Well, at this point, I do feel like that because every single one of them, just look how well they have done, how well they have like actually made their self prominent into the overall top leaderboard. But going to the standings, we have FaZe Clan. Not only their players are in the top MVP side, but their name is on the top of the leaderboard as well, 85 points. Then we have the team Mirashot XTKS with 83, just the 2 points of a difference. Then we have Hora with 69, Valerians XRST, they have a total of 67 points, Exotic with 64, 58 for the DRS, KO with 50 alongside of Spins S1, Hyper, they have 39, and that's a huge jump, Queen. I think about
man.
11 points of a jump.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're right. You're absolutely right. But you know what? Seeing all of these stats, this is kind of expected. You know, these are big names, so to speak. But I do wonder if the likes of like Cedal, like they are currently at the bottom of the page here, Torix, not really performing well. I do wonder if they can redeem themselves. So, you know, perhaps like a sort of a bounce back for the remaining matches because we've already discussed this just a while ago with Max. Hopefully that he enjoyed the previous games. But yeah, I mean, considering the situation that we only have 3 days for the whole tournament, do you think they can still make up for the points that they've lost in the previous matches?
That is a really like concerning question, and it kind of depends upon their mentality, I'd say, at the very least, because if they want to, I believe these are the teams, these are the names that can do it, no matter the circumstances, no matter the situation. But aside from that, I think it is time for the match number 11 to start. And yes, the match number 11, the Miramar, has started. At this point, it is the plane line going from the Puerto Paraíso all the way up to the Monte Nuevo.
Oh yeah, a pretty exciting flight path to be exact, because we've got plenty of space to go onto the northern side. So I do wonder if there will be teams there who are comfortable to drop around the northern part of Miramar. Are they going for the vehicle gameplay first, or like perhaps spread out, in Miramar over here. But which areas do you think will be highly populated? I mean, Los Leones definitely can fit 2-3 squads in here without really fighting right off the bat. But do you think that Monte Nuevo as well as Picado will be occupied in this situation?
At this point, I'd say, depending upon on the plane line, I think majority of the places that is right now residing within the circle, or it will be contested. We might see some early fights, but apparently I'm wrong, because Los Leones is the only place that has some teams close to them. A1, beautifully done, beautifully done. That's one elimination right off the bat, but at the same time, A1... Hitman has been eliminated as well. So it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Both of the parties has been put off back on the equilibrium. Rowdy's here with the AUG in hand. He's ready to take that action as well. Deathstorm, if he moves into the backside, he's definitely going to get those shots from the CelcomDigi Alliance's player as well. But Navid manages to take down another one of the players. So it's basically down to like 2 players, out of which... the fight situation kind of turns it up to a 1 versus 1 alongside of CelcomDigi Alliance.
Mm-hmm. And there's a need, for A1 Esports to perform for this round, Torix, considering the fact that they are not part of the top 10 just yet. Although we are looking for the top 16 to advance to grand finals, right? But that is such a great counter coming from CelcomDigi Alliance. They were able to put down another player from the side of A1 Esports, which evens out the odd in here. It's a 2v2 situation. And the big question is, the fight is happening at stage number 1 here, Torix. Can they win the war with just 2 players playing for the game here, where in fact there's a lot more teams still playing in a full squad? So could be quite a challenge for both of the teams here, A1 and CelcomDigi Alliance.
That is true. That is definitely true. But so far, I'd say the backside, the third party, that can potentially happen. It will do a lot of, I'd say, difficulties for all of the players. But Casanova, wait a second, Clock. You managed to not only get 1 player, Casanova, but Pritham as well. That's 2 down of the ASI-8, even though that CelcomDigi Alliance loses 2 of their players, but their fighting spirit, it's still very much alive. A1 Esports right next to them. It's 1 player close to the team A1 Esports, the other one close to the team ASI-8. So it's 1 versus 2 versus like 2 versus 1 scenario kind of thing, because CelcomDigi Alliance, even if they want to like gather up together, there is no chance that can potentially happen.
So the Casanova that we know playing PUBG is not a lover, but a fighter. He's not being the latest man at this point, He loves to accumulate a lot of elimination points for the team. And that's the kind of expectation we do want, from a certain player. But let's check out what's going to happen with Iftar over here as he just tries to remain quiet for now. Navid definitely holding a very strong weapon here. Torix, it's an M249. We were having a discussion with Max just a while ago about M249 getting buffed and almost as equivalent to holding an AKM, but I mean, it's I think it's a plus. It's an extra, considering that we're looking at 150 ammo for an M249, and this makes it quite a meta, to be honest.
It does makes it quite a meta at this point, but we do have to see how the players are gonna like utilize it, because they're so well versed into their own guns that it's gonna take them a lot of time to like get accustomed to the M249's meta maybe at this point, but it definitely can be one thing. And on top of that, how like the recoil of the M249 is, so compared to that, alongside of the M4, I think they will choose the M4 and the DBS meta over the M249 at this point. But once again, CelcomDigi Alliance, they're ready for the fight. Ghost is waiting on the other building. After that first 2 eliminations of the players, they are not moving. ASI-8, they are not making a single sound, but 11 bullets only. CelcomDigi Alliance. EG, you have to do something. Go forward. Get those damages done. But nope. Both of the bullets missed off.
9 bullets. We can definitely feel some sort of hesitation coming from the side of A1 Esports, maybe considering the fact that, it's not really such a good performance just yet. And the overall rankings is not working out for them. I mean, at least for now. But then again, if there needs to be careful to like manage his resources well, because you don't want to lose bullets. I mean, especially if there's a team actually hunting you out and trying to flush you out from that building. So might as well, be quiet for now, not compromise his location, and as much as possible, keep that element of surprise that we were talking about, at the very start of the match here. Because if you do have that element of surprise, then you can actually catch your opponents off guard, and that would be, working best for you. Again, you need to make all the advantages work on your side to be able to win the fight. And looking at the situation for the side of CelcomDigi Alliance, 2 already out, so it's just K-Look and Ifter over here. So it's a 3-way battle, because I can see the boys from ASI8 already making a move here. So this is more of like a Mexican standoff happening in this particular spot.
No, it definitely is. It definitely is.
Boom.
But there goes the grenade. Hasaki finally manages to get a knockdown on A1 Esports. But going to the second grenade, he definitely makes a huge amount of chunk of damage. 1897, he's going to use it. But no, nothing's going to get into the way of AG. He manages to knock down the player, but instantly Ghost comes in for the rescue. But now, A1 Esports, they also know. Navid knows that the player... that is Hasaki. He's knocked out. The grenade definitely goes over there, but no, you're moving straight up to the grenade. It definitely can take you out, but he barely manages to survive out of it. Now, both of the parties, they will once again try. They will once again try to get those shots connected. But A1, they're going to have their revival first, and CelcomDigi Alliance, this is the time. This is the right time that Cluck has chosen to get out of this area.
Hey, we are seeing some sort of parkour action come from K-Look, but not looking too good, for the rest of the team here, because 3 of their members already out of the game. And just a while ago, we've seen, ASI remains to be like so much elusive from the side of, from that nade attack. But I don't know how long they can last in this situation. But then again, we're looking at 2v2. And the fact of the matter is, when you get inside the buildings of Miramar, you always need to check your corners. And that's exactly what Navid did to Hasaki. But then again, Hasaki, the integrity of his helmet and that's not so good anymore. So it's just up to Ghost here to pull off a clutch. It's going to be 2v1. We're not discounting the fact that he can pull up a miracle over here, but let's see what kind of maneuver he's definitely going to show us. Unfortunately, with that M249 spray, oh man, they are already out of gains, so too bad for the guys of ASI. But hey, it's not too late just yet. We need to see some sort of pickup in terms of their tempo when it comes to their pace. But then again, we always know that ASI, it doesn't matter how many players are actually contributing for this specific game right here. We know that they can deliver.
Well, that is definitely true. That is definitely true. But so far, things are not looking good for the team ASI8. Once again, just 17 total points with 1 elimination into the match. They got finished off. They're the first team that is going to leave the premises and move back to the lobby. But on the other side, Cluck manages to take down Deathstorm as well. That's another frag, another elimination to the name of CelcomDigi Alliance. 5 eliminations in total, so it's a 1 versus 1, A1 versus Celcom. On the other side, we can see the 4 Thrives getting on top of that mountain with this buggy, with this, I'd say, spiked up buggy. So it definitely, in my eyes, it definitely can be the magnetic one. But oh no, it's over. No fear, Hora. He decided not to give that elimination to the side of the the 4 Thrives, and manages to get the knockdown through the fall damage, and instant confirmation from the fall damage as well. Hora Esports, they were already 3-man, and now they're down to the 2.
Oh, the SKS. This is a classic DMR right here. Packs a punch and offers good stability, making it a reliable choice for mid to long range engagements. But I have got to admit that it is, it has been a long time since I saw someone really use an SKS. Usually, when we play in Miramar, it's Mini 14s that is often used inside the Miramar. But this is a different type of gameplay. But as for Falak, okay, he's holding onto his M416. There you go. Not so good. I mean, obviously, Hora Esports looking to pop some heads, with that DMR. Unfortunately, Falak overextended his peak, and I guess that was the opening, that Hora Esports have been waiting for. You always have to seize that opportunity, and it's just, amazing for the side of Sky was able to do that as well. But, Falak is still alive, okay? He is safe because T24 is just right beside him to go for that pickup.
He is definitely going for that pickup. That is true. Slowly and steadily, we are seeing that Hora Esports, even they want to aggress upon the players, but they're kind of afraid at this point because they're down to the last 2 players. That even if they do push up, it can be overturned in a single instance from the side of the 4th Thrive. So that is why maybe they're holding down their fort. But Demon Esports, they did a really decent job in today's matches, but right now they're on the hashtag number 15. Remember this? This is their first day, and even though it's their first day, they still managed to get that top 15 position done. 30 points into the past 3-4 games for themselves, so it's just down to the last 2 for the day number 1. Hyper Ruler, they're also kind of outside of the circle so far. They need to move slowly and steadily. So overall, Miramar on its finest. But look at the kill feed. Spins S1 versus the 7 Shores. It's a bloodbath right here. The players are finally getting picked off one by one. There's Frank, super low on that HP. He's bleeding out. Someone needs to give the revival as soon as possible. Thursday, BS1, he closes in with the rescue, but can you do it? Can you do it? Because Sky, he's cooking those grenades, and those grenades could have been detrimental for the elimination of the players. But Sky, as soon as he comes out, it's an instant elimination with the DBS, and if we have 7 Shores out of the equation.
Not exactly sure what happened with that exchange. I mean, he just went to the ground floor and kind of exposed himself to the players of Spins here. And it was an amazing job, trying to hold on to Fort here coming from Spins. I mean, 2 of them already got knocked down on the ground, but they were able to flip the script. And now they're posting 2 elimination points for their side. But of course, the fight is not over just yet. We are just at stage 2 here. Ladies and gents, and FaZe remains to be a strong and formidable competitor here inside the PUBG Stallions Series. Now, Hora Esports is not giving up just yet. You know how important it is to get the high ground advantage when you guys are playing in Miramar, and Hora Esports trying their best to just take down, this whole team of 4 Thrive guys. Now goes in for the charge, was able to get 1, but that was such a great follow through from the side of 4 Thrives. Now Jiggle needs to be very cautious at this point for that, because he is the sole survivor, and if he gets knocked down, and that would be the end of the line for Hora Esports, at least for match number 11.
That is true. That is true. But look at the circle. Oh, no. Going to the crater fields, the mountain tops, as they're still inside of that circle is going to give a huge advantage to many of the teams. But Hora Esports, Jiggle, the solo guy, the last guy, it's all up to him. He's going to throw that grenade. Not going to hit anything in the premises, but he's also afraid of the fact that, on the other side of the mountain, on that front side mountain, there is definitely another player. But Team Demon, in fact, S1 versus FaZe Clan, okay, they have decided to take the fight in their own hands, in their own accord. One player of the FaZe Clan gets knocked out, but can you get that revival done in the meantime? But Frank from S1, Spins S1, he manages to take down not only the player, but confirms him up as well. That guy number 4 needs the revival as soon as possible. DMR, the Demon, DMN, in fact, they're closing in, they're rushing up with those grenades and everything. Assassin gets that guy too down as well. 7th Element is down also to their fewer of the players, as one player gets a finisher. 7th Element, Alian, he's finished up. Shamir uses the grenade, takes down one of the player of the Spins S1. Back to back, it's 2-3 places that we are seeing different fights.
Hey, we are just at stage 3 and we're already seeing a lot of epic trade-offs happening inside Miramar. I mean, we've seen how Horror Esports got eliminated by Fourth Thrives. You know, Fourth Thrives just a while ago was holding a peculiar angle just to throw them off of their game with that nade, but still they were able to pull that off. Now, getting back into 7th element, Alian already out of the game here, but they do have 3 elimination points, and I can say this is such a great start for them. You know, even if they're down to just 3 members, it is still pretty doable. You know, I think that they still hold like a strong chance of bagging that winner chicken dinner. But coming off the kill feed here, Falak seems to be on the ground, bleeding out there in the open. But pretty much, I do believe that T24 is right beside him, so it could be an easy pickup for the side of Four Thrives. But then again, you know, with so many things going on, back and forth situation, we're looking at 12 teams remaining, and Batman, the Dark Knight, was able to bag Falak, if I'm not mistaken, and now he's coming out for more. Man, this guy is unstoppable with that spray. I mean, if you're holding on to a great vantage point, right, you always need to seize that opportunity, seize the day, and just make it happen for your team.
That is true. You have to seize the opportunity as soon as you see it, as soon as you know for the confirmation that yes, it is possible to get those confirmation. You do it without even a single heartbeat. But XOTICS right now close to the Team Demon. They are definitely going for the fight. XOTICS is down to the last 2 players. It is Joker and Roy up against the rest of the players of the Team Demon. Roy closing in with the UMP-45. He manages to take down one of the player, but at the same time, as Smexy gets down, Roy also loses his breath, gets a finisher on him. The grenade goes over from Joker's side, but did not manage to get even a single knockout, even a single damage done up upon the players. XOTIC, you have 2 choices. Either face the demise after the 4 players of the team at the Demon Esports get survived, or get out of here, go for the survival, try to find your place into at least the top 5.
Oh man, Batman already out of the game, and that's courtesy of Guy Ford coming from FaZe. Team XOTICS, okay, we're looking at the last member here. They haven't put up any points just yet, so this is honestly catastrophic for the side of Team XOTICS. I mean, they're about to get out of the game empty-handed. But then again, let's see what Joker has in store for us, you know, knowing that he's already at a disadvantage, he's not with the teams already, so we're not exactly sure what the plan is. But yeah, I hope he makes it up until the last few zones here in Miramar to just accumulate, you know, placement points at this rate. I feel like he just needs to focus on longevity, not really engage in the battles, but like really collect some placement points for the team just to make sure that, you know, he's not empty-handed when he exits the game. Struggle is definitely struggle because he just got knocked down on the floor. And we can see on the screen here, we got Noki from Fourth Thrives, did 5 elimination points. Falak right now is out of the game, but definitely still helping the team. You know, he's still contributing as to, like, where do they need to go, or, like, which opponent they need to take down first. And again, at the end of the match, at the end of the day even, it is going to be all about teamwork that makes the dream work.
That is true. It's the teamwork that makes the dream work. But 4T, they're shooting from the longer range side, but on the closer angle, there is the Team Incredible. But oh, beautifully done by Demon. Cyber OP. He manages to get the S12K connected, get the knockout, instant finish off, and 4 Thrives. Still on top of the mountain. I can still see them here. FaZe Clan, that guy number 3 gets the Demon. One of their players, in fact, knocked out. So the Demon, whereas they had a full squad, now one of the players down. That guy number 3 is trying to get that confirmation, at least on the player, by the car burst down. But the car burst down is not going to give you any leisure. It's not going to give any kind of confirmation to these guys. And FaZe Clan, now with this, they know that only 18 seconds remain for the circle to close on. So they have decided to move inside that circle. Incredible who? He's closing. He's looking at the Demon. Can he get the knockout done? Connected upon the players as they're moving inside of that circle. The answer is definitely going to be a no. You had the opportunity when the player were getting into the car, and you did not take this. You have to seize the opportunities the moment you spot it out.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. That was a missed opportunity right there. He could have went for the massive spray, but I think he waited for like a couple of seconds before he actually did that, and now he just paid an expensive price for it. But you know what? There's a couple of players getting knocked by the blue zone. I mean, the Blue Reaper definitely is the MVP for every match here. Fine, coming from Hyper, man, was able to bag the last remaining player, I believe, from the opposing team. 9 teams remaining, and the 4 Thrives definitely thriving, even though they're down to just 2 members. But 6 elimination points is still a decent number. Assassin! Oh man, he caught a nade coming from T24. He's being really a Terminator for the side of 4 Thrives and just really making it happen for the team here. Despite the disadvantage, this team is definitely doing great.
Oh, they are definitely doing great. 7 elimination, 4th arrives. This is definitely a craftsman work at this point, getting into the top 9 into the overall ranking. It's definitely doable, but I love Meter Shot XTKS at this point. Just to look at them, they are still inside of that circle again into the top 8 right now, and finally they have decided to take the fights. They have started to engage in those fights. Team Valerians, they're in the front angle. They were trying to shoot at them, but couldn't get any of the shots connected. But FaZe Clan now on the side, on the crosshair of Team 4 Thrives. We do have to see if 4 Thrives is going to be able to take at least one of the player down from the Team FaZe Clan, or it's going to be a no-no scenario. They're going to easily move inside of that circle. Valerians, they're also doing the same thing. They're closing into the Meter Shot. They're getting inside of that circle, but Meter Shot, how are they even allowing this to happen? I know they're throwing all the grenades, all the arsenals that they possibly can up on the Valerians, but nothing is getting connected.
You are right. I mean, I don't know how they're going to be handling this situation because Cosmos and the rest of the guys here definitely smelling blood. Sober remains to be elusive as well. Okay. Oh, but that was an accurate nade. However, it wasn't enough to actually shut down that player. Now, Flanky, we can see that he's holding on to a smoker, definitely popping off, to conceal their location. IQQ is down somewhere, so I'm not exactly sure what T24 is going to do in this situation, but if it needs to pick up IQQ, man, they have to do it fast. But you know what, Chronix? I've had a chance to go through some of the parts during day number 1, and it's anyone's game at this point, but honestly, you don't count out Red Saints. There's also Knockout Esports, and what you were mentioning a while ago, Meter Shot Esports. They're all sitting comfortably above 50-point mark, during day number 1, and I'm looking for that kind of energy. I'm looking for them to replicate that kind of tenacity back into the matches that we have for this evening.
That is true. I really want to see the same kind of an action that we saw at the very start. But Meter Shot, once again, throwing those grenades. Hyper is in the close vicinity, and 7th element right behind them. Another circle shift. It's definitely going to take everyone at this point, and nobody is going to be safe from the wrath of the circle. Shamir cooking that grenade. Let him cook at this point. Pika Boy, you have 5 first aid kits. Why are you not using them right now? But there we go. Meter Shot X Sober manages to get the knockdown, a confirmation right at that point. Beautifully done. There's Cosmos getting those knocks on himself, and in a single instance, Valerians RST, they have been eliminated by the hand of Meter Shot Esports.
Usually when we play Miramar, this always like the longest map that we can play, but right now there's a lot of rush events that is happening inside the game. Just look at the back and forth situation between TKS and Hyper. We can see the IQQ as well trying to join into the mix here. So we've got a 3-way battle, and we're looking at the final 3 teams at stage number 6. Can you imagine? We are just at stage 6, and this is already the final teams that are going head to head. So Hyper right now down to just 2 members, 4T as well. We've got 7 element, the best chance so far, and actually bagging that winner winner chicken dinner. But of course, we still need to wait for what's going to happen. I mean, obviously, there's a chance for the other teams here to kind of flip the script up against Seventh Element. If they lose their momentum into this game or perhaps commit a mistake, that could be very expensive for the side of Seventh Element because of the fact that they're so close at getting that winner chicken dinner. We can see that 4T, IQQ, T24 is just right up behind, providing support. But 7 Element bringing out the monsters within them and putting up total of 7 elimination points, about 4 thrives. There is a reason why they named themselves thrives, because perhaps, in this crucial moments, in this crucial situation, they are definitely thriving. But then again, we need to see the action happen coming from 4 thrives.
Oh, we definitely need to see some action coming from the 4 thrives. But so far, I don't see any of it coming up. They are throwing the grenades, yes, they are trying to get that connection done. HyperX Ruler down to the last player. T24 OP, he gets taken down. No, this is not the right way to go. IQ, you're the final guy alive. 9 eliminations to the team name. Throwing a grenade, the player comes in close, and it's over. Team meter shot. In fact, 7th Element manages to get that chicken dinner into their own hands, right into the first match of the Miramar.
Is this the second time that 7 Element actually won the fight up against 4 Thrives in a competition? I mean, we're talking about day number 2 of the playoffs, and I'm pretty serious with what I'm seeing with the kind of gameplay that 7 Element is showing us. Oh man, they are, the monsters that we believe that they are, just because of how serious and determined and even motivated they are at getting that winner chicken dinner. And I do expect a lot more action coming from the teams here, especially 7th Element. I mean, they do have the momentum right now. I do wonder if they can bring the same power back into the final match for this day, because we are onto the final match, right?
Yeah, we are. It is the final match now remaining. And all of these teams, the group number B in right now I'm directing to the group B. It is your last match. It is your final match. You have to do everything and anything that you can do to stay into the top 16s in this match, because there is no other chance. This was the match number 11, whereas the 7th Element, they managed to secure 11 eliminations to their name. Shahmir has 3, Goku Bot has 2, Zeph, on the other hand, has 6. That is a huge big boy number right there, with 1,022 damage that this guy has done. Alian did not manage to secure even a single point, mainly because he got eliminated early on, but the IGL, he did IGL the team really good in this particular scenario, managed to get them the chicken dinner. The summary goes on with 58 eliminations and 59 knockouts, and even a single car eliminations. Did we see that, Red Queen?
A lot of things happen so fast. You blink and you miss kind of moment. Again, you snooze, you lose. That's why we call it. But yeah, I mean, judging by the stats that we've seen, on the screen here, we saw what happened during the final circle when it was closing in, right? And a lot of gameplay or strategy will definitely come into play when both teams are actually backed in the corner. So just a while ago, 4 Thrives against 7th Element in a battle for survival. Every bullet counts and every move is crucial, definitely. And 4 Thrives is trying to hold their ground, but 7th Element is relentless, to be honest. They're pushing through the smoke, using every bit of cover that they can find. And a quick pick, coming from 7th Element, and a perfectly placed headshot, and down goes the member of 4 Thrives. Odds are definitely shifting for the side of 7th Element, and I do wonder if in time they can even outperform FaZe Clan in this competition. I mean, that is a theory, of course, but not at all impossible with this kind of pace that they're showing us.
That is true. This is a pace that 7th Element has decided to take, and I really want them to keep up with this pace. But here we go. The top players of this match is going to be Josefa with 6, IQ with the 6 as well, T24 from the 4 Thrives as well with 3 eliminations. There is Luck with the 4 eliminations, and last but not the least, we have a Hussey with the 4 eliminations as well. So basically there's 2 6s, there's 2 4s, and in the middle of all these 6 and 4s there's just a single 3 in the name of T24OP. But T24, I have to give it to him. Even though he has the lowest elimination numbers, he has the highest among the rest of the 4 players on the damage side.
You're right. I mean, with the damage output, right? So it only goes to show that he was able to drop a lot of players inside the game, but just wasn't able to really turn that one into an elimination point. But I also have to commend Kaluk's performance just a while ago. He was left all alone to deal with business, right? But he was able to still get placement points and elimination point for himself. You know, you just have to make do of like the situation, remain proactive, and that's exactly what Kaluk did just a while ago. Now, just looking at match rankings here, ladies and gents, 7 Element putting up 11 elimination points, so that's a total of 21. And then we got 4 Thrives coming in at second with 15. So it's not that, you know, far of a gap, if you ask me. So a lot of things can still happen, you know, in the remaining match that we have for tonight. Unfortunately, though, for Hora, I think it was an early elimination just a while ago, right? I mean, you win some, you lose some, and sometimes you just really need to factor in like luck as well if you're not favored by the zone, or perhaps if you get into a drop spot and the opposing team actually was able to get to the guns first, then that could always like be a ripple effect, you know, for another team, because you then have to hide, you have to run, you have to dance, and sometimes, you know, it works out for you, sometimes it doesn't. So the important thing is that, okay, if you're having like quite a series of bad games, you need to be able to get into the next game with a clear mind, because you always know that it is a gamble getting inside the game, so you don't exactly know whether you're going to win, whether the zone is going to be favoring you, if everything will be working out for you. So what needs to be done is just remain proactive up until the end of the match.
Well, that is true. That is definitely true. But before we head over to the match number 6, or the overall ranking of the match number 5, we are definitely going to go for a short highlight break. So do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
The hunt is on. Oh, wait. Hold on. Why is the audio out again? Torix, I don't know what is happening, but let me continue what I. Okay, there you go. You were on mute. What? Anyway, maybe because of all the actions that happened just a while ago. But yeah, you know what? The hunt is on. FaZe Clan is still at the top, guys, but they're being chased by a pack of hungry competitors. We got Horror Esports, nipping at their heels, and the recent performances coming from Seventh Element, and we also got Fourth Thrives and Spin have sent a clear message. They're here to win. The question is, can FaZe Clan withstand this onslaught? Can they defend their territory against these rising challengers? And the tension is building, and the stakes are even higher than ever because we are now at the final match for this evening. There's even TKS MS getting the second spot in the overall rankings.
Oh yeah, that is true. But going to the overall top players, it is still those guys into the sections, into the top 5. Then we have Octane and Sky. Pretty much the same exact names as the previous one, but just their positionings are different right now. Aside from that, the overall ranking, yes, this is one thing. The overall ranking is one place that I do really want to look at on what's going on at it. The FaZe Clan, as they are still in the top. But oh no, oh no, it is just a single point of a difference. Meter Shot is catching up. And mind I remind you, without a single chicken dinner, Red Queen.
I'm telling you, man, this is a kill-centric game. The placement points is not as reliable as it was once before. We keep saying this on the stream. Everyone needs to be really aggressive here in terms of getting those elimination points. I mean, sure, there will be times that you need to play it out like more on the passive side, but that is because you are protecting the top spot. Now, we're looking at the situation here. FaZe, obviously, the momentum is already shifting in the Stallions series. I mean, FaZe Clan really started strong, establishing a comfortable lead, but the tides are turning here, Torix. TKSMS, we've got Valerian, Horror Esports, XOTICS, just trying to fight, to get to that top spot. And since we don't really have a significant lead or like a significant gap just yet coming from all of the teams inside the lobby, then, we do expect that there will be a lot of reshuffling and a lot of teams that will still, try their best to catapult themselves up to the top spot. So that is the kind of action we can expect, not just because we are onto the final game or the final match, but for day number 3, you just know that it is going to be explosive because there's also a need, for the side of TC and INC to kind of really, really show us what they can do inside the games. Currently, they are at the bottom of the page, but they can still change their fate.
Well, yeah, that is true. That is true. They can still change from even the bottom. They can still come out on the top. There is the top 16. The Leisure is on the top 16. After that, it's a tight rope. It's a tight rope. Right after that, you're not going to qualify if you're anywhere below the top 16. So for the group number B, this group B, my bad. Once again, typical Max pointing out my mistake situation. It is group B. For you guys, it is the final match. It is the only match more that you're going to get for today. And anything that you want to do before getting your 12th match, and I have to give it to it. I have a suggestion. Do not go for any kind of a cluster fight. Do not go for any early engagements. You need those survival points as much as you can.
If something's not working out for your team, you need to get back to the drawing board and perhaps, really discuss it with everyone. Okay, this is not a good rotation. This is not a good spot to drop in for now. We need to remain passive. We need to survive the first few zones in the competition just to make sure that you get enough placement points. Okay, placement points may not be as reliable as before, but these are still points that you still need to gather. So you need to perhaps attack each game on a more strategic side, just to talk about it, like what kind of play style you guys are going to show us in every match. And if there's a need for you to be passive, that only goes to show that you're going to have an explosive end game in that specific match. But then again, can be
That is
too
true.
late for some of the teams. Okay, here can be too late for some of the teams here to make up for the lost points. But hey, 16 teams advance into the grand finals. Tours. I think it's still a pretty wide window, if you ask me.
The window is kind of wide, yes, that I agree. But the fact is that all these teams, all of these players, like especially Group C, they know exactly what they're going against. They exactly know what they're going against because the Group A and B, as it was in the first day, they have seen the matches. They know the rotations of the Group A and the Group B. So going against a team that you don't have any kind of an info on, Group B and Group A is kind of in a really difficult position, I would say, at the very least at this point. But aside from that, I think everybody is doing a really good job. The window is definitely big, but it's only on the factor of who's gonna squeeze out of it, who's gonna be able to get out of the window into the top 16 and mark their spot into the grand finals.
Oh, you're definitely right, Torix. This is still a great avenue, a great platform for all the teams here, especially those that we consider underdogs or like dark horses, so to speak,
Yeah.
right? I mean, obviously, we got some of the big names, right, playing in this very tournament alone. They're pretty much experienced because they played a lot of official tournaments. But for those teams that are, trying to make a name for themselves, I think this is the perfect platform for them to kind of retaliate, to show domination, to show just with your aim, with your skills, with your talents, in order for the audience to actually say that, hey, this player can actually take out this player from this big organization. So again, this is such a great time for us to know exactly the teams that are playing inside the lobby and how they're going to be performing in the official tournaments. But one thing that I can say here, Torix, is that everyone is showing a lot of potential. Some of the teams here, we don't even know who their roster is because of all the player transfers and everything that is happening, changing the landscape of PUBG Mobile. I'm telling you, it's a new era. I feel like this is such a big reset in the competitive scene, so which makes it all the more exciting for 2025. I'm even getting some goosebumps. I'm telling you, I'm really excited.
Oh my god, you do put up a really good point on the fact that there's a lot of roster changes. But you know what else has changed? The meta, the new addition of the smoke grenade launcher, the M79,
Launcher.
the car repair gun. You have everything right now. You can use those meta for your favor. And me and Max love to discuss about the M79 most of the time, as we even play like in the game. He just adores that gun to the point he is willing to go all the way from one corner to the other corner just to get it out for himself. But yeah, it is one of the meta changing gun. You can use it on the walls and it just makes a smoke on top of that wall. You don't need to wait for the 1-2 seconds for the smoke to pop off. No, it's an instant smoke. It's an instant rotational, I'd say, usage of the weaponry arsenal at this time. But here we go, the match number 6, the final match of the day number 2, the final match for the group number B has commenced, and we can see the plane line going from the Puerto Paraíso once again, all the way from Puerto Paraíso to the Ladrillia. Same plane line.
Ooh, this is like a deja vu, so to speak, right? So let's see if we can see some alterations or maybe a change of pace, since this is already the final match. But yeah, I mean, M79 definitely is a game changer. So you don't need to cook for the smoke; you just have to really pop it, and yeah, your location will definitely be concealed. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, ready for a I wouldn't say completely different experience, because we've had a couple of Miramars, previously. But yeah, this is a different one, compared to the lush jungles of SANHOK. This is a vast, arid desert landscape. So this is a true test of like long range marksmanship and strategic rotation, so to speak. And we were talking about a while ago, comparing bolt action sniper rifles to DMRs. I mean, what would you go for if in case like we make you choose? Are you going for a DMR or are you going for a bolt rifle?
Oh, what I can see right now is the teams are going for the fight instead of the bolt rifle or anything. Deathstorm closing in, getting another knock. Oh no, come on, not the machetes, not the machetes on the player. 3 of them are down. And at the same time, A1, they have definitely defended their spot, at least in the final match. 4 player alive, 4 elimination to their name. Beautifully done by them.
A1 really stepping up for this round. I mean, putting up 4 elimination points in an instant is amazing. And they get to keep a full squad, which is always an advantage. As for the side of Cedo, man, they were the first team to get the boot out here in Miramar. But let's see if A1 is even aware of the fact there is another team lurking. But Deathstorm, I think that answers my question because he is crawling here. And Deathstorm, oh man, he's out of the game. I mean, it was a little bit too late, like a couple of seconds late for Rowdy to open fire and try to save his teammates. So don't exactly know what happened there, but he could have Deathstorm to get knocked out from this game completely. But then again, again, there's a need for them to be proactive at this point. Okay, we're down to just 3 members. What are we going to do going up against ASI, who obviously has now an advantage? Same thing goes for Team Chronicles. I mean, Battle Royale, you need to be able to like be quick on your feet, right? And make a split-second decision, so to speak, and just go for it. I mean, if you see an opening, you just have to grab it.
Oh, you definitely do. If you see an opening, you have to grab it. And we have been saying that for the past match too, where there were teams that did not do it at the time. They waited it out for maybe even a better moment, and that did not work out for them. So it definitely is the case. ASI 8 so far right now at this particular position in the Los Leones, closing in into the into the A1 Esports, in fact, but I can see the team Chronicles right behind the premises as well. So there's not only 2 of these teams, but there's the third one into the backside as well, just lurking around, waiting for the opportunity. But I do love Ethan's location. He can definitely take 1 player down, but no, this was not the time to seize it up. You should have waited for the guy to stop at one place, and that's where you should have shoot your shot at that time. But Hakasi, he's closing in. He's coming down. Grenade, can you connect it up? This is a bigger question.
That's a question, right? But I do agree with you. He could have waited for at least a few more seconds before he actually fires that shot. But yeah, I mean, position definitely compromised. But let's see what ASI is going to do with this situation. Rowdy goes down hard. Same thing goes for Hitman, and it's not looking too good for the side of E1 Esports, despite the fact of having the upper hand advantage just a while ago. Navid is holding on to his Mini 14, but let's just check if ASI Esports already knows where he will be coming from, or like where he is currently staying at, because ASI 8, okay, they've already eliminated A1 Arrow, right? But then again, there's another team in this spot that they could get head to head first before they hunt out for the last remaining player of A1 Arrow. And here comes Sasaki on the screen holding on to a UMP. At this point, to be honest, let's see how good they are when it comes to their information gameplay. But in another part of town, we got Horror Esports having an exchange up against the second placer currently. These are the guys from TKS, all right? But coming off the kill feed, it's another 1 player from ASI. It got totally knocked down from that exchange.
That is true, but Jiggle, you beauty! At the same time, he manages to get a knockdown on towards the players. TKS, meter shot, you had the previous match to yourself. It was a great match. You did survive, but this time around, not so much, as only 2 of the players, Sober and Pika Boy, are right now alive. Meter Short is forced to retreat into the back, into a safer side location. But I am 10 star. This could have been detrimental. That single grenade could have been the annihilation for you, but grenades still coming on from ASI8 sides. I'm seeing ASI8 losing a lot of HP, and that means that the Team Chronicles, in fact, exactly, Team Chronicles is closing in. Ghost manages to take down a C, but Steve gets a finisher instantly right at that point. So Team Chronicles, whereas your player is kind of like stuck in the same building on the top floor, the rest of the team is kind of getting pushed up as well. Uguay and I am 10 star is the only 2 players that are right now alive.
Ooh. Well, for the side of ASI, they still need more points, to be honest, because currently they are on the 17th place. So again, we're talking about only the top 16 teams that will advance to the grand finals. So yeah, they need to exert more effort, more work, and put a lot of heart into this competition just to make sure that we will see them play in the grand finals. And as for Team Chronicles, okay, I mean, obviously, it didn't do good for them to challenge up the boards of ASI because we're looking at the sole survivor right now. Meter Shot over here, same case, 3 members gone, going up against the Horror Esports, was able to inflict a lot of damage up against Sleepy, but wasn't enough to put him down just yet. But Sober putting in the damage. Unfortunately, though, why did you turn your back on Sky?
He was pretty sure that the player would get eliminated by the play circle, the play zone damage, but no, not before taking him down. It is over for the team of Meter Shot this time around. The team that only had 1 point of a difference to get into the top number 1. Now they might have a big jump to leap on, because tomorrow it's going to be different teams, it's going to be different names, and Meter Shot, you have to do something from this point onward. But aside from that, a very decent fight that they have done. We can see more fights actually happening into the kill feed as 4T versus the team Demon actually ensues against each other. A1 is still alive. This is news to me. A1 is still alive because we saw them at the very start, right close to the side of ASI8. So this was one of a kind of a fight. But not only they have decided to leave Los Leones, but they have managed to get themselves once again stuck in another situation.
Oh, there's a lot of cleanup that's definitely going to be happening here. There's tons of teams down in Los Leones that will have to make their way inside the circle. And we've got at least 2 teams right at the edge of it. I mean, we got DMN and we've got 4 Thrives over here having an exchange. T24 obviously going for the flush out, holding up that nade. But he doesn't seem to have any idea just exactly where the opponents are. 4 Thrives, and they're still trying to gauge, of course, trying to assess the situation. I mean, we've got DMN over there holding on to a compound, but there's other teams that are surrounding them as well. Just like what we saw earlier, coming from the map feed, there's at least 4 teams that will be headed towards that same direction where 4 Thrives is actually staying at the moment. And this is an open space, Doric, so there's a need for them to reposition, because otherwise it could be detrimental, for the side of 4 Thrives.
It is like kind of a situation. If you do not move out right now, if you don't mark your territory right at this point, it will be detrimental for you in the later stages. But A1 Arrow, the solo, in fact, and A1 Arrows, Navid, the solo guy right now that is alive, he's close to the Demon Esports. And Demon Esports, they're not even paying attention to this guy at this point. They are not moving. They're not looking at him. And makes me want to think that I don't know if they know whether he's there or not. But aside from that, 7 Shore Esports, 4 players, 0 elimination so far. Close to another team. That is the FaZe Clan. And the fight can escalate real quick. The fight can escalate as soon as the FaZe Clan or the 7 Shore is going to spot each other out.
Oh, this is quite a step back, for the side of TKS. The fact that they were the team, or they are the team rather, closest to FaZe in the overall rankings. Now they exited the game empty-handed. So I guess we will see them try tomorrow. Are they gonna be playing tomorrow?
Group A and C.
Okay, so if they're gonna be playing tomorrow, then they still have the chance to dethrone those guys from FaZe. But checking out the situation, we are just at stage 2 here, and FaZe seems to be strong. They're not engaging that much. There's really no need for them to, join the battles just yet. Early into the fight, I mean, they are holding on to a 1 elimination point, but I think they are prioritizing getting such a great position, right? You have to get ahead of the curve here, get to the right spot where you can actually optimize and maximize getting a lot of elimination points before you can get defeated in terms of placement. Now, ASI 8, a strong start, I can say, 5 elimination points. Now, what we're looking for ASI 8 to be exact would be consistency. I mean, fact of the matter is they're still a complete squad. If they can maintain playing in a full squad and at this kind of pace, Torix, then perhaps, this could be like the best game so far for the side of ASI 8. I mean, if they can manage to get a lot of points from this round, from this final match here, then there is no doubt that they will improve their station in the overall rankings. But FaZe Clan continues to dominate here.
They definitely do. They definitely continues to dominate. And let me tell you, not only FaZe Clan, but TKS Meter Shot, this is their last match. They will be done with their 12 matches from the group side, and they will not be playing tomorrow. So this was the only match, whereas Meter Shot had the chance to take over the FaZe Clan into the top number 1 position. But they didn't. They missed it out. But aside from this, now FaZe has a decent chance to secure themselves, cement themselves into the number 1 position. But what is going on? That guy manages to knock down not the 7 Shores, but his own teammate, that guy number 4. He is down. Zeon, you are going to throw that grenade right on the marker. You could have done it. You could have done it. But that guy number 2, once again, he's cooking. He's cooking. But should we let him cook at this point or not? This is the bigger question. But manages to get into a safe, very good position. That guy number 3, he naded himself. What? No, this is not the way to go. In a single split second, FaZe Clan has managed to hurt themselves twice in a single fight within the 1 minute marker. This is not looking good. The players are definitely giving the revival, but judging from the fact, knowing from the kill feed, I do believe 7 Shores have exactly the idea that yes, this is the right time to push.
With the amount of nades that I just saw here come in play, am I watching Hell's Kitchen? Because everyone seems to be a chef here. I mean, honestly, a lot of them is, definitely cooking up in here. But 7 they have that slight advantage up against FaZe Clan. I mean, they're playing with 3 of their members, SKYZ, out of the competition, or in this game, rather. But 7 Short Esports still to be doing as great as we just watch out FaZe. Although FaZe, we can see there's a little bit of struggle in terms of their performance, because we can see and we can feel just how aggressive the players here coming from 7 Shores. But can they put out the flame out of FaZe Clan? Because FaZe Clan still doing an amazing job here with those counters. But Guy 1 definitely out of the game here. Here comes Pikachu. Oh, not enough bolt power. He just got knocked down once again. And Zion remains to be the sole survivor for 7 Short. But it wouldn't last that long. FaZe remains to be a strong and formidable team to compete with inside the PUBG Mobile Stallions Series.
Oh, it's definitely true. 7 Shores, they are out on the 19th position. This is not looking good. But moving to the team ASI 8 versus the team 4T for Thrives right now. We can see 1 elimination to the name of Falak, but at the same time, T24 OP is knocked out, and there is no way that the 4 Thrives can think of to save his team member up at this time. Pritham is right next to the premises of the T24 OP as well. He's going to finish him up. It's another back-to-back, both sides getting an equilibrium kind of thing. But ASI8, and not only they have their 4-man standing, but they have 6 eliminations to their name. But Pritham this time around, by the hand of Falak, gets knocked out. Falak's position has also been revealed. Hasaki tried to look out for it, but Pritham, you need the revival as soon as possible. What is going on? There's a backside, a backstab. INC going with the third party against the 4th Rives, as 4th Rives was kind of far away, kind of scattered from their teams. They're going to pay the price with one more of their player.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you see two teams going at it, battling it out, then all you need to do is just get lucky with the shots, right? I mean, you just have, again, to grab every opportunity in getting those points just to make sure that you improve and you move up in the overall rankings. And I don't know if a lag have been saved, but I feel like 14 now down to just 2 players, but they are holding on to their 1 elimination points. I mean, it is not too late just yet for the side of 4th Rise, but there is a need for them to accumulate more points, just, you know, to solidify their position in the top 16. And now looking at Spins entering the game with only 3, already at a deficit here, but there's still reviews and, of course, Choco playing for Spin, and they haven't put out any elimination points just yet. Unfortunately, though, for the side of A1, again, being eliminated. But I can say 4 is a decent number. And currently they are at top 12. They are not out of the woods. They cannot sit comfortably in the top 12 here, CHRONICLES. I mean, there's a need for them to still rack up more points. But I'm not sure if they're going to be playing tomorrow. We'll confirm that on later, guys. But as for the circle shift, I mean, it's a little bit, you know, onto the Picado area. And we've got plenty of teams just lurking and fighting over, battling it out onto the south side of Picado. So again, there's a cleanup that's definitely going to be happening. And Jiggle right now with his S12K shotgun goes in for a kill, goes in for another one, but unfortunately fell short, little short on the trigger there. Sleepy got sent to Dreamland, and it is not looking too good for the side of Horror Esports. No Fear really needs to display No Fear as he goes up for the shot. Was able to get one, but can he finish them up? Wow!
This is the big question, and there we go. Horror Esports getting those elimination on XOTIC. 8 eliminations in total, and 2 of the players are still remaining into the match. But Valerians closing in, and with the grenade, let's see, Cosmos, if you're going to be able to get that grenade connected up upon the player. The door closes up, so you can forget about that grenade going inside anytime soon. But DBS in the hand, he definitely can use the DBS to the fullest. He's going to try the windows. He's definitely going to throw it up, but no connection. It bounced back off right outside. Another one goes in. This time around, no connectivity whatsoever. But FaZe Clan, after the first initial fight against the 7 Shores, they're finally once again going against another team. And this time around, it's going to be the team of Hyper. At this point, outside of the circle, the fight ensues, and I don't think it's a good idea to take the fight in the 4th stage of the circle, where you're the ones that's going to need to get outside, like get inside from the front side.
Amazing clutch, though, coming from No Fear. I mean, he was the knight in shining armor, you know, for the side of Horror Esports during that clash. He was able to save his teammates, so they're now down to just 2 of their members. But then again, you know, that was an absolute feast for our eyes. With that kind of clutch, pretty incredible. Now, looking at FaZe, they were able to put up 6 elimination points. One of them guys actually taking some damage from all of those spray coming from Hyper, I believe. Okay, guy 2, he has a very good vantage point. He knows exactly what is going on from down below, but can he provide the right support for guy 4 up against Hyper, as Hyper makes their way, goes inside the compound, but unfortunately there's another team that took him out. That would be INC.
That definitely is Incredibles right now, but Demon Esports finally going with that fight, getting those eliminations, getting those numbers up for themselves. But FaZe, that guy too, is going to be the one of the few guys right now that is scattered from his team. He's trying to get those eliminations, and he does. He manages to get 1 at 2 eliminations for his team. In total, 9 elimination goes to the side of FaZe Clan at this point, and with this, they have finally successfully crossed the threshold of triple-digit points. They will have 100 points, more than 100 after this match at the very least. 21 players are alive, with 8 total teams surviving. Valerians with trio, Spins with a solo, alongside of 4T with a duo, 7th Element with a trio as well. The only 2 teams that have still a full squad is going to be ASI8 and the Team Incredibles.
Honestly, FaZe needs to maximize that vantage point because it's not part of the circle anymore. There's a need for him to eliminate all of the players down below, because the moment that the blue devours that very spot, it could become a double-edged sword, for the side of FaZe. He needs to come down, and it will be difficult for him since a lot of eyes are onto him. There will be a lot of guns that will be pointed at him and will try to take him out. Now, we can see that 4T, IQQ, Noki trying to put up a fight up against Struggler. Struggler with a Scarlight goes in for a massive spray, not connecting just yet, but obviously INC will definitely go for a push here. Will go for a pinch. Were they able to shut down IQQ? No, sir, they did not. It was IQQ who turned the tables up against them and eliminated the opposition.
The opposition has been eliminated. That is true. We are down to the top 6. There's Incredibles with a solo. There's ASI8 with the full squad. Aside from that, you can see 7th Element with a trio, 4T with a duo. There's Valerians with a trio as well. And then last but not the least, FaZe Clan, as they are still somewhat outside of the play zone area, getting that blue damage. They have the 10 elimination and 3 players still remaining as well. The rest of the 2 players, in fact, I do have to give it to them. They have a decent position inside of that circle. If they stay together, if they stick together, this definitely can enter. This definitely can change to a chicken dinner for these guys. But AS wants business. Asaki going close to the 4th Thrives IQ. Let's see if IQ, the former player of the team ASI8, is going to be able to take down this fight or not. But Flanky gets 1 player of the team ASI8 down. It's a confirmation. Pritam gets a full finisher as well. FaZe Clan, that guy number 2, closes up. Astral's K in hand. He's closing into the 7th Element side, but no, at the very last second, they decided to not go forward, but to move back once again to stay into a safer side angle.
You know what, for FaZe, this could be the match that could cement their position in the overall rankings. Look at the elimination points, a total of 11, and that guy number 4 has been bagging most of the elements that we can see on the screen, followed by guy number 2. So it's really a great display of skills and talents and outmaneuvering all of the teams that are part of this lobby, and FaZe Clan definitely is on a roll and on a killing streak. They are the apex predator in the overall rankings, and man, with this significant lead up against the teams that we have in this lobby, Torix, I mean, they're the first team that will cross the triple-digit score, so to speak. And yeah, it could be hard for the other teams to dethrone them at this point. Even if they lose to this match up against 7th Element, I don't think it's going to be taking a toll on them. But let's see, 7th Element showing aggressiveness as always. But that guy, number 3, with that amazing distance, he was able to shut down X, but great follow-through coming from Teddy Bear and just getting the job done. You know, they were able to seal the deal. Now we're down up against VLR and 7th Element. Again, this could be the third winner chicken dinner for 7E or not. We'll just have to wait and see. But it is a fair fight, 3v3. But in terms of like position, definitely it is favored by Valarians.
Well, that is true. Valerians, they definitely have a favor of the circle right now, but I don't think so. 7th Element is not going to let this opportunity go by. This can be there. Another chicken dinner right at this point. Captain RST gets a finisher. Alion, he is here right at this point. Cosmos with the MG3 manages to do a lot of damage, but not enough to get the player down. There goes the smoke. in return to make sure that Valerians do not have an angle against his team 7th element at this time. Alian, he's cooking. He's going on the left side. He's flanking up on the team Valerians at this point. Can he flanky from this point onward? It's going to be detrimental. It's going to be really important. But I think Cosmos has spotted Alian. Alian's definitely going to go down. It goes to a 2 versus 2 scenario. X closing in. He's low on that bullet. It's going to take out the S12K. He's going to shoot at 1, but no connectivity whatsoever. Once again, 5 bullets. He gets the player down. This is going to load a chicken dinner for the team, a 7th element, but we have to see how flanky can invert this into his own favor. The DBS in the hand, of Teddy Bear as well. Teddy Bear gets eliminated, and it is Valerians with the chicken dinner. 3 elimination to 7th element. They managed to secure the 2nd position, but Valerians, they get the chicken. They get the juicy chicken for themselves at the last match of the day number 2.
And, we are definitely feeling the rush here. Obviously, Valerians, they are the men with the plan and was able to bag that winner chicken dinner, putting a stop to 7th element streaks. But you know what? 7th element, with the kind of performance that they've shown us so far, is very promising. We can definitely feel the heat. The flow is definitely hot up in here, and promising, more matches to go forward the final day of this PUBG Mobile Stallions Series. But of course, we don't want to take away the spotlight out of Captain, Flanky, and Cosmos. They are basking in glory right at this moment with the number of elimination points, with the number of damage output, and of course, scoring the chicken dinner, proving that they're also one of the teams that you need to watch out for in the Pakistani community.
Oh, that is true. As a 3-man, they get the chicken dinner, a really nice one for themselves. But the match number 12 stats is 59 elimination with 62 knockouts, almost to 7,000 of a healing, 5 grenade elimination. Okay, that is a huge 28 assists and not a single vehicle elimination whatsoever. We did not see any kind of ram downs of the vehicles, but overall, the game went really good for all of these players.
Oh man, amazing stats that I can see on the screen here. Although I'm actually looking for the number of throwables that were used inside the game, because I do wonder if it remains to be a meta, right? I mean, if you can actually shut down a couple of players in one go, then that could be, great for your team. You'll definitely get that advantage right at an instant. So perhaps we can see that kind of stats later on in the competition. But damage output, oh my goodness, 2,000? More than 2,000 damage output, Torix? Are you kidding me? FaZe Clan. This is a different phase that they're showing us right now.
That is true. That guy 5 elimination, and single-handedly he manages to get a tetra-digit damage for himself. 1,023. It is 2 assists, 24 minutes of survival, knockouts with 4, and a healing of 329. That guy 4, that guy 2, they have marked their way into the top players of this match. In between them is going to be Ghost with 5 eliminations as well, 803 damage. Then we have Cosmos with 4 elimination, 358 damage. And last but not the least, on the number 5, we have IQ from the 4 Thrives as well with 3 elimination and 596 damage.
Oh yeah, but my goodness me, again, the tides are definitely turning into the Stallions series. Just when it looked like a 7th element was building an unstoppable momentum, Valerian steps up and delivers a decisive blow, taking the chicken dinner and breaking their streak. This win could be a huge confidence booster for the side of Valerian and a potential turning point in the tournament. It also serves as a reminder that, anything can happen in PUBG Mobile, to be honest. While the fight for individual match win is intense, FaZe Clan is playing the long game rather. They've built a substantial lead in the overall rankings, demonstrating that their consistent performance and strategic approach, they are the team to beat for now. But of course, it's all going to be an exciting games more for tomorrow, considering that a lot of teams already showing up and stepping up into the gameplay here. So we do expect like a lot of epic showdowns and trade-offs, because teams are pretty determined. I mean, how much are we talking about? Like 50,000 rupees, if I'm not mistaken. How much is that? Total
Well, the
prize pool?
MVP is 30K. The total prize pool is 500K PKR.
500K rupees. So that is about like 1,000, like 1,700 for US dollars. And if you're guys, 1,800, right? Like if you're turning that into peso, that is actually 100,000 plus in pesos. So we're talking about big moolah right here. And again, it is more of like a bragging rights, not exactly about the moolah here, Tarks. I feel like there's a need for the teams here to kind of like prove themselves and what they can do in the battlefield, or perhaps like they're making a name for themselves, banging on their chest like Donkey Kongs and just like flexing their muscles. And it is already shaping up to be like quite an exciting tournament, to be honest. I kind of joined the games day 2, and we've had some technical difficulties on my side, but then again, I was so very much entertained with all of the action that is unraveling in front of me, and I cannot wait for more. I cannot even wait to begin the next 6 matches that we're supposed to have tomorrow.
Well, that is true, but right now, before heading into the overall ranking, we do have to go for a short break. By that, I mean you guys have to enjoy the highlights, so we will be right back after this one. And we're back. We are back after the short break. We told you it's going to be a short one, and you did see the highlights. But yeah, we're back. This is Torix with me. It's once again the one and only, you know who it is, the Red Queen. And Queen, it's been an honor once again to cast with you after a long time. But yeah, I think it's about time for the day number 2 to end, and for us to see what the overall ranking is right now.
Ooh, man, you weren't kidding when you said that we're gonna have a short break. I mean, hopefully you guys didn't miss us that much. But yeah, okay, so we're looking at the overall top players, and again, amazing performance, for FaZe Clan, not just a team, but we've got, 3 of them up here in the overall top players, Guy 4, Guy 3, and Guy. We can also give a little recognition to the fact that Sky was able to make it to the overall top players, putting up 18 elimination points, which is of course a very strong number up there onto the scoreboard. We also got Octane, who is pretty consistent with what he can do inside the battlefield, with 18 elimination points as well. Damage is 2,884 output. So man, this guy right here is definitely someone to avoid inside the games.
Oh, that is true. That is true. But we have the overall right here, and as I told you, triple-digit points for the FaZe Clan, 107 to their name. Valerian's right behind them, taking the TKSMS out of the equation. On the number 2, they got 90 points for themselves, but I have to give it to Meter Shot at this point. 12 matches that they played, 90 points, and without even a single chicken dinner to their name. This is very huge. Going to Hora, they are on the number 4 spot, 77 points. Exotic with 12 matches played, 69 points. 7th Element is there with the 59. DRS with 58. 58 for the 4th Thrives. Spins with 57. Hyper we have 51 points, and they have played their days, their matches as well. Knockout, KO, they have 50 points, and they still have tomorrow to be played. But on the second chart, on the second page of the chart, all these teams, they still have one more day, Red Queen, that they can make their territory into the first one and into the top 16.
Hey, it ain't over till it's over. That's what we always say, you know. Yeah, you're right. I will have to agree with you. What a day for a PUBG Mobile action that we've witnessed, you know, here at the Stallions series. Valerian delivered a statement performance, you know, during that last round, not only securing a chicken dinner, but also putting an end to Seventh Element's dominant run. I mean, we're talking about 2 chicken dinners coming from Seventh Element. This was a crucial victory for Valerian, proving their potential, you know, to compete with the best. And Seventh Element, despite the setback, remains a dangerous contender. But the overall picture is still dominated by FaZe Clan. You know, their consistent performance and strategic gameplay have allowed them to like build a commanding lead in the overall standings. They're looking incredibly strong, you know, but with teams like Valerian, Seventh Element, and others showing their potential, you know, FaZe Clan knows that they cannot afford to let their guard down. There's also TKSMS, you know, Horror Esports, also part of the top 10. The Stallion series is really heating up, you know, and the battle for the top is just going to be, as we always say, an epic showdown.
It definitely will be an epic showdown, but we still have the third day to conclude all of that and who's going to go into the grand finals, who will be moving into the slot for the prize pool. Not only the prize pool fight, but also the bragging rights of the Stallion series, because it is presented by Tabani Esports and Bloodmoon Esports. But this was all for the day number 2. The 6 matches have been done and dusted. The Group B, they have completed their games. And before we head out, Red Queen, any last words?
Hey, you know what? For order, I mean, in order for the community to grow, you need to be able to support the organization. So don't forget to hit that subscribe button, right? Support Tabani Esports and putting up tournaments as great as this one. And also, while you guys are at it, you know, casters, talents are working hard for you, putting up a great show, you know, hyping it up. So don't forget to shower us with love and support as well by following us on our social media platforms. Our names is listed down below. We got Max just a while ago casting for the previous tournament, and again, we just also have to say thanks to the production team. You know, you guys have been doing well despite some of the technical glitches, but rest assured, ladies and gents, that they are doing great, making sure that they put up a great show as well. And that is it for me, Torix. I hope that you guys enjoy. You know, the teams did not disappoint. They came here to play, they brought their A game, and it was non-stop action from the get-go.
It definitely was. It definitely was. And I think with this, we conclude our day number 2. We will see you guys tomorrow, the same time, same place, with different teams. Once again, some similar teams and some from the previous day. So until then, mark your calendars. We'll be right back after today with the tomorrow action, the final action of the playoff. Until then, have a good night.